Hi, boys and girls, lads and lasses, and welcome back to Let's Talk Geeky with the new logo.
Yay!
Yay!
Love it.
I do love it. It is definitely super duper. And thank you very much, Stephen, for that. And
you're welcome.
As well, I know you have been put your work into getting it all up and running, but thank you very much.
No
problem.
problem.
So, guys, been up to anything fun this week? Obviously, I'm excluding things like Rings of Power, Andor. I'm just looking for somebody you've been doing it's fun. I've actually watched Roman's videos and I've seen him just go, "This has been going."
Have we got cameo appearance? Have we got cameo appearance with Skeletor? You're in the wrong show.
Actually, that's better than Skeletor from the 1980s film with
Dolph
Dolph Lundgren. Well played.
Yeah.
Wendy, you're looking a little peaked there.
I know I haven't been feeling well, so I gotta apologize.
Bit peckish.
I think your diet might have gone a bit too far.
I need to speak in all capitals.
Yeah, that's the Atkins diet.
Yeah. Don't forget though, if you're in chat, you must always type in capitals.
Yes.
Quick.
Preferably in a Christopher Lee voice.
Oh yes. Oh yes.
I'll bring my spider.
Christopher Lee is dead.
Nothing beats Christopher Lee's voice, I must say.
I've just got a wee spider up above me. Just a wee one.
Oh, nice.
Very
good.
Spider.
Jacob, that's not a very nice thing to say about Skeletor. We all know she's a vampire, not a skeleton.
Well done, my friend. Well done.
But yeah, very good.
This week, I suffered through the finale of She-Hulk, as you are aware. That was every bit as horrible as I thought it was going to be, and maybe even a little bit more. I
watched Friday Night Tights and how.
Oh my God!
Yeah, so everybody's been spoiled on this already, right? I mean,
hey Jim,
let's turning around and saying, spoiled milk. Do you want to taste it?
Right.
We already knew it was spoiled before we saw it.
Yes.
So
yes. Again, I watch so you don't have to. I've taken this burden upon myself.
I've watched it on all Roman, and I looked at the last episode and went, "What the flipping?"
Oh my God! The Todd, man, Todd! Ah, that was so horrible.
Yeah. I have not seen either of them, but I have noticed a common thread between She-Hulk and Rings of Girl Power. Apparently, everything bad that happens is the fault of the female protagonist.
I can believe it. Yes. Jen is not a good protagonist. She is not a likable protagonist. There are certain things you're supposed to do with a protagonist in your story. One, you should like them. That's like the first thing about a protagonist.
I've heard the same about Galadriel.
Well, Jen,
a likable person.
Jen wouldn't have had any problems if she paid attention to the bloody road in episode 1. And if Galadriel hadn't decided she wanted to bone the bloody Sauron, she wouldn't have brought him back, from what I understand. So, like I said, they're to blame for everything.
I haven't been watching the Rings of Power. I spared myself that. Well, actually, Mrs. of the Empire spared me that. You're not going to watch that show in this house. All right, honey, I understand.
Wait a second. You're married to Marge?
I thought everybody knew this. See, she doesn't think she sounds that way, but that's how I hear her. So that's how it comes out.
Good grief.
But House of the Dragon has been really, really good. I'm enjoying that. It's nice to have a show that I'm enjoying. Andor, man, they can take an action scene and still make you fall asleep. It was impressive. I was trying to get through the show. I'm like, it's not terrible. It's not terrible. It's still not terrible, but it's so boring.
I heard Az describing it when one of his friends was watching it, who says that it's the best one it's been out. And he says, why? Well, it didn't sort of have a go at us. And the best they could say about it was it didn't attack the fans, so it's the best one they've seen. They couldn't actually tell them why it was good, just that it didn't attack the fans, so it was the best of the Star Wars.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean,
that restaurant is awesome. None of my kids got sick after eating.
exactly.
None of my kids got sick. I also disagree with that statement. I still think The Mandalorian has been the best of the Disney Plus Star Wars. And that's a low bar, I understand. But I still think that was the best series, just production-wise, story-wise, all the other stuff. Andor is not offensive. It's just boring. It's not worth your time watching because it is so dull. And Kaz Andor, again, he's the main guy in the show, but he's the character I care the least about. And in the last episode, minor spoiler for those who haven't seen it, I won't be specific, most of the characters die. That's it.
I thought they all died in a film anyway.
Well, of the Disney Star Wars, Star Wars. Although you did get Luke in Disney Star Wars, but he was in The Mandalorian and in Boba Fett for like a minute. For what that was.
Well, you know, fine well, they're going to be doing a new movie shortly. And see the guy who was behind the bar in Star Wars that says we don't serve their type. They're going to give his origin story in the next movie.
They should, since they're giving everyone else an origin story.
It's going to be
show why
Cheers
he didn't like robots. It's because he wasn't obviously all bad.
Right, I want to see the mouse droid's origin story. Can I just say that?
Yeah.
I would love to see an entire TV show of the mouse droids having their coffee break discussing the Empire. That would actually be high comedy.
No, I actually want to see a proper version of the Star Wars version of Cops.
Oh,
I want to see a movie about the Stormtroopers. The Cops version of Stormtroopers. That would be fun. Just all about the Stormtroopers and all these big things happening in the background.
We used to have the show Troopers.
You've seen Troopers, right?
No.
It actually exists.
God, just
YouTube.
Look that up right now.
Yeah.
Look that up right now, PJ. Troopers.
Is it Troopers? Because I saw the Cops version.
It's just like Cops, man. It's hilarious.
Yeah, I remember
Oh,
watching
wait a minute, I have. That's the one that's...
Yeah, they're harassing Jawas. They're interrogating sand people. It's fantastic. It's hysterical.
It's an animation, isn't it?
No, this is a live action one.
Oh no, there is an animation one. It's very similar, but maybe that's the one I'm thinking. It was basically.
Let me see if I can find it. I'll pop it in the our private chat so you can.
Oh my God, that was.
Let me wander off for a second. I'm going to try not to delete myself.
That sounds perfect.
Well, the absolutely stupid thing, which goes to prove that Disney Star Wars is indeed done.
Yeah.
Star Wars is an entire bloody universe. You could literally do anything. You could have a Star Wars rom-com. You could have Star Wars Western, which
no.
I'm thinking.
Don't give me anything.
You could do anything.
Yeah.
You could have Star Wars CSI Mos Eisley. With all the tech they've got.
I would watch that, I think.
Yeah, but
I'd definitely watch that.
They've got so taking all the rest of it. I mean, you could have you could have a horror thing with false sensitives fighting false beasts, sort of
there you go.
From the war, almost 40. You can have almost anything in that setting, and yet they go with it. The thing is, you were saying earlier on that someone was saying about it's the best of the bunch, and there's something weird. There's some almost connecting slightly to what I noticed a little while ago in politics. Slightly is that they said what's her name? The lady that's taken over the Italian, been elected in Italy, it's the most far right government since World War II. Okay, so what does that mean? It means she's slightly further right than any of the left-wing governments they've had. it's the best thing so far means it's slightly better than all the shit we've had so far.
Yeah.
You know, the bars for most of these things are either low or undefined.
Yeah. See, I haven't even looked at any of that. Or you think about it. The as you said, they could do a Western type, but they did not do that with Andor. No, Andor.
Yeah, I said the
Mandalorian.
Mandalorian was effective.
There could be anything you could actually, anything we have seen. You pick a genre, a horror, setting it, an aliens type horror, setting it.
Yeah.
Anything.
You know what would improve the Star Wars universe?
Taken away from Disney.
Predator.
The Predator.
in the writing room. And that one you sent me, Roman, that's the one that I saw because it's the Cops parody. I didn't realize it was called Troops. I didn't realize it was called Troops. I just remember it as a Cops parody. But yeah,
I'm going to have to disagree with that.
It's
because
brilliant.
the best thing for Star Wars, if they make Mos Eisley and they combine it with Tremors.
Oh yeah,
no, that's one I would watch. That is one I would watch.
They tried to do it for one episode. They tried.
Yeah,
to do that.
they did. Yeah.
They fly now.
Hold on. No, Tatooine is a desert planet, right?
I think it works. I think it works.
Tremors. Tremors is too small. Sandworms.
Dune.
Dune sandworms. Plant them on Tatooine.
Yeah, I like that idea too.
Tatooine and Dune combined.
Yes.
It brings more action to Dune and kills the characters you don't like in Star Wars. Everybody wins.
You can't because they've already had a Tremors type, Dune type one. Remember, they were in the thing, and as they flew out, the big worm came out and missed them.
I wonder if that gets its own spin-off series.
The worm, he may. There's probably the contracts are probably in work.
Kind of makes me think of the scene in Jedi where they're like being thrown into the mouth of that.
Yeah, and the Salak pit.
Yeah.
And because the one that on the meteor, the meteorite, how did it survive? How did it grow so big? How did it feed? If people had to fly in and not get caught, something that big, I would like to know what it fed on.
I'm going to go with I don't care.
Have a lot of ships
I must admit, from what I understand, She-Hulk did actually manage to identify the main problem with most of these things. Didn't she go and invade the writer's room?
Yeah, I want to talk about that episode. There's a lot more going on there than even the haters are ascribing to it.
Oh no, I was listening to Friday Night Takes talking about it, and I'm sitting there thinking, they didn't say that. They didn't do that, did they? And they were, and I'm sitting, oh my god, it did. Sounds as if they did.
So
it's quite literally the show giving you the middle finger the entire time, straight to the camera. With a smile right behind it, slightly out of focus, but right to the camera. The producer is a robot. It's an artificial intelligence. The writers will literally kill her if they interfere. Disney sends security after her, and she whoops their ass. She gives the thumbs up to the X-Men straight to the camera, like, I'm on your side, guys. And then she asks the AI for Daredevil, and he literally falls out of the sky and stands next to her and then goes to dinner at her parents' house. Not even joking.
Oh, it was all so bad. I thought the beginning was a little bit clever. And I like I said, they did the old Bill Bixby.
Oh my God, I can't believe they did that. Hulk.
And I thought it was now. Granted, in context of the show it's attached to, it's horrible. But it was a fun beginning. But they immediately destroyed. I mean, it doesn't take long for them to take an okay idea that's this big and then take a dump on it that's that big.
Well, how about the idea that they don't even own that property? They don't own the owner of the original Incredible Hulk series for television is still Universal. So how did they get away with that? They quite literally meted themselves into a corner.
They probably just threw some money at him and they're like, oh, fine, do what you want.
It's so weird. It's like they were telling you it was a derivative show. They were telling you straight to your face with that opening. It was derivative.
Based on what I saw, they were telling you that men are bad. Toxic men are really bad, but we need a man at the end to make it all better.
So there are men that aren't toxic in these shows. I'm amazed.
No, the toxic ones are all men, but the good ones are all the beta males. But they're saying is based on the fact is she had a alternate dream ending, which had the man that she saw as an alpha male as her husband and all that. And I'm sitting there thinking they're effectively turning around and saying all men are bad, but we want. I beg your pardon. I didn't think it was.
DJ, your spider broke the fourth wall.
I didn't think it was that controversial.
Wow.
Sorry about your eardrums.
I know Darren's got to be laughing his ass off right now.
Man, that was a better jump scare than I've had in years.
Calling the Darren zone. Holy shit.
Is it a big one?
That was awesome.
Is it a spider?
Is it big?
And he still hasn't come in and picked it up for her either. I don't know.
Unbelievable.
Is a spider?
We'll be back after a word from our sponsor.
What's the word?
In Wendy Land, only spiders scream for their lives.
Oh my god, that was the best, man.
You want to know something funny about me and spiders?
Go ahead.
They see me and they run. You know why? Because there's me holding a glass cup, saying, "Come here, you little sod." And then they get thrown out, saying, "You don't pay rent, so bugger off."
Yeah. All spiders should watch the movie Constantine.
No, I think the movie is it Dangerous, Ruthless People, Bette Midler. Is it Ruthless People? It's the one that Judd Reinhold and his playing a man and woman who kidnapped Bette Midler and Danny DeVito's her husband, and they're trying to blackmail her, and they're going on about ruthless people, but a spider comes in and they put it in their cup, and you see them talking about how we're not bad people, we need to be really bad people, and he's taking the cup out, and he puts out the back door, and then he shuts the door and comes back out and just stamps on it and says, "We're ruthless people." So they took the whole 5 minutes of telling how bad they are by taking a spider out, and then they realise what they did, and they've just come back out and stamps on the spider. It was ruthless. I remember every time I think about taking the spider out, I do it. I put it in a cup, throw it over the wall, knowing fine well at least it'll take an extra 5 minutes to climb that wall and get back. And that way I can run in back into the house and shut the door and lock it and make sure it's all sealed off. Brilliant. I'm scared of spiders. Only big spiders. Anything bigger.
Are you telling me you're an arachnophobe? How phobic of you?
Yes, I'm terrible. No, it's terrible with some. I don't squeal.
It's a yes and no. There are boundaries I like to set for my 8-legged friends, and as long as they stay within the treaty limits, they get to live. As soon as they violate those treaty limits, then they have to die. I don't make these rules. I just have to abide by them myself.
Oh,
as if it can actually change the plug in my TV, then it's out of there. If it's that big, it's out. I'll set the dogs up on it, and even my dogs go, oh, nope.
So the spiders in the Empire are actually taking the Kobayashi Maru test. That's why they're invading your home.
They may be. They may be. It's a no-win scenario.
That's right.
I do have a pet spider on my balcony, so to speak. It's never crossed any boundaries or everything. It's in the very far corner of the balcony. So I left it completely alone. It's been there for 3 years now.
Wow.
Have you named him?
Yeah, I was going to ask.
Yes, I'm calling him Minion, but I have a feeling it's a lady because of the size of it.
Ah, well then Broomhilda.
You try to say all ladies are bigger?
Well, I
In
believe
Spiderland,
is
yeah,
true
that might be
for
the
in
case.
Spiderland, yeah.
So in Spiderland, they're all She-Hulks, like the Black Widow.
Well, this one is at least providing me some entertainment.
Wendy's back.
Actually, I died of fright. This is my. There
you go, Wendy. Do you want a wee spider?
Oh yeah, I like those fake ones. They're fine.
That
fake was one. Not a fake one.
Who
It just dropped on my flipping head from the ceiling.
Who said it was fake? I just got it well trained.
I was just gonna say you had it stuffed and everything. You killed it, stuffed it, put it up on the wall.
I've just got it well trained. I say freeze and it goes, and then I can just move it around. So when I put it down, I used to have an electronic spider. You could program movement into it. So I used to sit at night, and it was about that size. And it was a big furry thing. It was about that size, and I had the remote control. And I used to sit at night, and you would press the button, go forward, left, and it would rotate round, and then you would put it on a timer. And then what I would do is I would take it into work early and put it under a girl's desk away at the back.
Oh, dude.
And I would sit back, and as soon as she came in, I would wait about half an hour, and then I'd press a button, and it would activate it, and it would go and square around. And she used to scream the place down as soon as she realised what it was. She didn't even actually look round. She just says, "Yeah," and just chased me. She didn't even react because I used to do it all the time. And eventually, she knew it was happening, and she got me back. She brought in a hammer, and as soon as I did it, she just smashed it. And but basically, after about 3 weeks of me catching her every day, I deserved it. I've no problem with that. But it was literally an enormous big spider, and you could program it. I used to spend all night just programming it, just so it would freak her out.
You should have programmed it to bring you a cup of coffee in the morning.
It was funnier when it actually would crawl forward and its eyes would glow, and then it would go, so you could actually get it to do bits and pieces, eyes glowing and stuff like that. It was hilarious watching her. It was the same girl I got every day.
It's part of tons of these prank clips on YouTube that I've seen. Has been so brilliant. So I shared with you guys a couple of months back with the Darth Vader stormtrooper and the Ewok that has stolen a blaster and just hands it to a random person on the street.
And then runs, and they all come running around the corner.
Yeah, and then there's an entire squadron of stormtrooper plus Darth Vader coming around the corner. It is hilarious to see that whole fight and flight, but when it comes to the whole spider thing, the best one
is the dog.
Is the one with the dog? Yes. So they dressed up the dog with like a really scary looking thing, and obviously the dog is a very friendly dog. Wants to come up and hug you and everything, and it's like, hey, you're my best friend. But it is dressed in that kind of spider costume.
Have you seen the most recent one? It's the guys who'll put a fleece on back to front, and then they'll stand with their hands behind their back with the fleece hood up, and it's just basically they'll stand with their hands in the fridge and just mess around just to annoy their partner. And there's the one that the girl comes in, the guy's like that, and basically pulls his hood down and he goes, ah, and she jumps, and you see this guy setting up his camera and doing that, and he's going like all that, and his wife walks past and patted him in the bum. But it was me. You see him going down going, oh, ouch. And she was on herself, and it just backfired on him, and I thought, now that's a prank. She just basically patted him. She went slap on. He went, oh, down, and he went. And I thought, that's a prank. It backfired. It was actually funnier than the original prank. But that's a most recent one. I don't know why, because my wife wouldn't actually pull my hood down to see what I'm doing. She would just push me. Get the fridge.
Can I just say something? We're lucky we don't live in Australia because of the size of their spiders.
Oh, no.
I know.
Come on, the British house spider is getting really big these days.
They are. You could put a saddle on some of them.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Sometimes I see them and I set the dogs on them, and the dogs go, yeah, right. Even the dogs are actually going, Nope.
I've let one of the cats in here because, yeah. Thank God it was one of those little. It was. Thank God it was one of those little tiny little gossamer spiders. You know, the ones with the really spindly legs, and he was just a little baby one. So I just kind of annoyed him with something until he got off the mic, and then he wandered off somewhere else. So he's probably going to crawl up my arm in a minute.
Prepare yourself.
So the cat's going to eat him in a minute.
It's the one. What I don't like is the spiders where you get it's a bit of plastic, the plastic cups, and you put it over it, and the cup moves. That's the one that I think. Nope.
That's where I'm going on a holiday for like 10 days.
Yep. Right, come on, we're moving.
Now I'd be like Ripley with a flamethrower. I'd be like, yeah, tighten your orbit, man.
That is why now they're getting bigger. I've gone bigger and
Oh yeah, wolf spiders. I was camping in Maine one time, like deep woods camping, and the spiders in Maine. What the hell, man? It's like something out of a Stephen King movie. And he hasn't even done spiders yet, as far as I know.
No, the best spider movie is Eight-Legged
They were
Freaks.
Huge.
Eight-Legged Freaks was a good movie.
Yeah.
If you don't like spiders, it's not a good movie.
Ironically, I do watch those because I'm insane, probably. But I do like Arachnophobia, and I like I watched a lot of it behind my hands, but I do watch it.
William Shatner did a film with spiders. I think it was called Kingdom of the Spiders.
Kingdom of the Spiders with William Shatner. It's terrible.
Remember?
I think the spider was acting better than William Shatner in the film.
Wow.
It's just a lie.
Bill.
Well, it's also very hard to give direction to spiders.
Do you know the best one I ever saw about that? It was one of these ones. It was set in a hospital. It wasn't Scrubs or anything like that. It was an old one, and it was a comedy, and it was about the nursery station. And they had there was a Star Trek convention that had food poisoning. And all the nurses in the station are basically going, would you lot get away from there? They're all standing at the door, at the lifts, waiting for the lift to go whoosh, and then somebody's standing at the side going whoosh, whoosh, as the doors are opening and stuff like that. And then one of the guys is coming up going, I am really sore stomach. And he's going, listen, Captain, bug off. And it's just they're all taking the piss out of the whole crew. And it was hilarious. So you had this box going, it's very illogical, but where's the toilet? And it was stupid. It was just one of those episodes in a series I can't even remember. It's an American one, obviously. And it was just taking the piss, but all the extras were taking the piss out of the Star Trek crew. And it was just funny. It was it still sticks with me that one that the guys were going up, just pretending to be Spock, Kirk, or McCoy. McCoy one was hilarious. He's going, we've got these symptoms, and I'm not a doctor, Jim. You're actually meant to be a doctor, but I'm not. I'm actually a plumber. This is only a cartoon. But it was just one of those stupid things, and I wish I could actually remember what it was called because I would like to get a hold of that one again. It still sticks with me, and I saw it about 30 years ago. So really good one. But the two dogs are actually finally got their jumper, their thingies on them.
Are they wearing their suits?
The suits, their the things that I got last week. Finally got them on them today.
Okay, little halter tops.
I got them already. Hey, come here.
Oh, here they come. Oops.
Come here.
There's a spider cat here. Where are they? Oh, look out.
There you go.
Oh.
Handkerchiefs.
It says cute, crazy, and stupid. Didn't you?
Oh, I know who that is.
Yeah, Benji.
That's Buddy.
But
Oh,
Buddy's
Benji.
got. I no, Buddy's got. I'm a bit of a twat. Isn't that right, Zen? Yours is actually just saying you're stupid. His says he's a twat. But they went and they were meant to get the and Sunday they were meant to what? They were meant to get the groomed, but it got cancelled, so there aren't.
Oh, this is turning into a French film.
Yeah.
Okay, has anybody seen, and I know everybody has seen this now, is the video somebody did, they put spider legs on like a little pug or something,
Yes.
and they set it out and had it run around the corner after people, and it actually looks like a gigantic spider because your brain doesn't take that split second in like the first second that you see it.
A black
like
pug. You just see
primal
the legs.
reaction. Yeah. Oh my
Because I've
God.
seen it, they've actually even had it at night. They're basically running down a tunnel towards people coming down. Stuff like that. And you just see people's reaction is hilariously funny. But yeah, that's like
It looks like something out of The Thing. That's what it reminded me of. I'm like, oh.
Oh yeah, you gotta be.
You gotta be kidding me.
I always think people are just so crazy because there's no a spider that big, but I can imagine me doing that and seeing it and just jumping.
Yeah, you learned Parker pretty quick, you know.
But yeah, that one's a funny one.
Hysterical.
We get tarantulas out here. We do have them.
Yep.
Every now and then on the trail, I'll see one.
Yep.
But
And
we
scorpions
also have
as well.
We have scorpions. We have the tarantula hawk, which, if you're not familiar with, it's the second most painful sting in the insect kingdom. They're big. It's a giant wasp, is what it is. But it's got a metallic blue-looking body and orange wings. It doesn't look natural.
And
I
even
thought
like
my daughter. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, go ahead, Roman.
Oh, I said my daughter came in. This is many years ago. The middle daughter of the empire came in. She's like, Dad, there's a big weird looking bug outside. I'm like, it's fine. And then I go outside. I'm like, everybody in the house, get in the house. Everybody in the house now. And it's just out there.
It's not right.
Nasty looking critters though. Because
You guys get those big green beetles down there, Roman?
Mr. Hyde. Sorry. So much.
Welcome to Insect Kingdom with PJ Maybe and crew.
And wasps are like the complete dickheads of the insect kingdom. I'm
keep
sorry,
score.
but they are. They are just
they're-
nasty.
They're horrible.
dickheads,
And the tarantula hawk, as it is called, its whole purpose, it stings the tarantula and then lays its larva in the tarantula.
Yeah,
to
insects
eat.
are hardcore.
I had one in the garage with me one time, and it was like freaking alien out here because I didn't want to come out. I didn't want to open the door because I didn't want it coming in, and it was night, and I was hoping it was going to leave, but I never found it. It was horrible. Bugs suck.
Oh
That's what
my
this is all
God,
comes
yeah.
down to, is bugs suck.
And
You were doing your cinema bit, showing it the road out. You know, like, okay, on you come.
Please go this way, Mr. Bug.
I spent a whole week on a job site. Every lunch break, there was a wasp's nest, and they would come to where I would sit down and eat lunch, right?
Ooh.
What did they have for lunch?
They kept landing on a tray. I had put out little bits of chicken from my chicken salad. I put the little pieces of chicken out, and they would take little strips of chicken. And I was literally feeding like a whole hive. There were 6 or 7 of them would come there, tap into the dish, and be gone. And I would start leaving them little scraps. So yeah, they're ferocious little creatures. And these were tiny ones, about the size of a thumbnail, But
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Yeah. That freaking big, the tarantula hawk. I don't recommend them.
That's okay. I'm glad I actually live in Britain where the most dangerous animal is a cat that's pissed off.
As it should be.
The girlfriend is pissed off.
My brother, we have reindeer up here or deer up here that like cross the road up in some of more of the country parts of Los Angeles County. And my brother was driving down the street and a full-blown buck came dancing across the street, like jumped in front of his car and totaled his pickup truck, completely totaled it out.
I believe it. Yeah.
And then jumped away. Barely. Who knows?
Shit.
It may have died in the woods, but it jumped away afterwards.
It's something we get trained for in Scandinavia when it comes to taking your driver's license. If one of these bigger animals step across the road, it's just drive through. You're going to hurt yourself a lot more than you're going to hurt them.
Yeah.
They're just that massive.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was commuting.
They're a half ton, right?
Oh, yeah.
Like some of them are pretty friggin' heavy.
I was commuting home from work one night in the middle of the winter, and it was back when I was in upstate New York, and not way upstate, but like the first upstate, not the full upstate. People who live in New York will know that, but whatever. And we were like on a really icy little back road, and everybody was just like crawling along so that we wouldn't slide into each other on the ice. And I looked in my rearview mirror, and this huge buck stepped out from behind my car and put his rack down towards the car coming behind me. And all I could hear was this loud crashing, crunching noise. And I couldn't even, it's like, it was one of those nights where you didn't even dare touch your brake pedal. You were just like slowly rolling along. And I have no idea what happened because I couldn't stop because I would have caused like a massive pileup. But I was like, I could just see this. That's a cat. I could just see
I thought
this.
it was the spider.
I thought it was a
better not be
spider
the
actually
spider.
trying to lift her out the chair.
It better not be the spider. Yeah. I'm going to a hotel. But yeah, that was insane because it must have been. It had to. When is rutting season? Is it during the? It's been so long since I lived, where there was like hunting season. We kind of knew. We just kind of knew it in our heads, but I can't remember when.
It
When
should be
rutting
in the
season was,
autumn because
it might-
there's population control for the winter because many die during the winter. So I think
Right,
pre-winter there's a hunting season to lower the population so
That's
that
right.
not so many
Yeah, so
die.
that's what made me wonder if it was rutting season because he was so aggressive because he came out and he put his rack down right into the grill of the car behind me. And we were only going slowly, but I could hear the crunch. So that guy.
Just don't tell that one to Az. He'll go start hunting for them. If you've got something with a rack like that, Az will be
Oh my
I
god!
think that might be
Her
a
rack was right in his grill. Dalek like, put it in the grill. Put it in the grill. Sorry.
Wow.
Oh,
Wow.
definitely not going. I'm not going to sleep tonight. I'm not actually going to sleep a lot better than the people who stay in the places where these animals actually roam the place. Yes, Scotland
We got
has
mountain
good-
lions up here too.
Scotland
Yeah,
has got
true.
deer and stuff like that, but
We got moose in New Hampshire. Talk about
we
totaling
don't
your
have
car. They could total a
big stuff.
747.
Well, rattlesnakes. We do have rattlesnakes out here as well.
Yep.
Um,
We got.
Had one of those in the backyard last year, year before. Doesn't matter. So I'm out there gardening as I do. Roman scary stories with snakes. I'm watering, and I see this thing moving behind one of the pots. I'm like, that's a big lizard. And then it wasn't the lizard. It ended up he was probably a 6 or 7 foot rattlesnake, and I lost him. And I'm like, uh-oh, because we had at the time a dog, and we have and my daughter and everything, and so we can't have this thing just creeping around the backyard. But I can't call someone because I don't know where the stupid snake is. So we're clearing out brush gingerly, trying to just clear the way. And I'm like, I guess he left. So I went back to watering like an idiot, And I come back and we had a truss from, you put behind like a bougainvillea or whatever. And it had climbed up that and wrapped itself in a big snake ball on that thing. I'm like, ah! So I'm yelling for my son, Jacob of the Empire. And my wife can't tell if I'm yelling Jake or Snake. I'm like, get a shovel, get the pickaxe. And so I'm running around like a lunatic. And we ended up, sending him off this mortal coil. And then I had people write me like, well, how come you didn't just trap it, dude? I'm like, what do I look like? Steve freaking Irwin? I'm missing my dude in the backyard with a rattlesnake. So anyway,
we've got a big one here in Roman's backyard. Let's try and tangle this thing.
Yeah. Roman's going to try to feed him from his mouth.
It's right. Roman's a well-trained snake tamer.
Yeah, not a snake charmer. Anyway, that's my snake story.
So the question is, did you then have snake pie for dinner?
We did not. I understand you can consume them. I have never been that hungry. I hope I never am. I did keep the rattle as a bit of a reminder that they are out there. So, what are you going to do? Big freaking snakes. That's where we live. We're in the 25 miles from San Diego proper is basically developed desert. So that's where we live.
Right. And Roman and Rudyard Kipling says, next time use a stick, Roman. We have cobras in there. So
no hole on the cobra. Did anybody see Halloween Kills in our group?
No, but I've certainly heard a lot about it.
As have
Halloween Ends.
As have I. Oh, Halloween Ends. I apologize.
Halloween
Ends,
Ends. I've heard about it. I've not actually seen any of the trailers.
On the two of them, a two-part film or something. One called Kills and one called Ends. I've not seen any of the Halloween movies, but
yeah, I watched the new one. The new trilogy. I forgot what was the first of the new trilogy called.
Oh God, I've not seen any of them.
I don't remember. But anyway, I saw that when I saw Halloween Kills.
Halloween the Dark Night.
And I wait for them to be free.
Sorry.
I don't go to the theater. I don't give them money to see these terrible movies. But I didn't mind the first two. They were not fantastic cinema by any stretch of the imagination. So please don't confuse my words. But I've heard this one is actually just flat out bad. Not like even bad, enjoyable bad, like a lot of the things that we watch. It's just like, eh.
Well, from what I understand, the title gives away the climax of the film because you don't get to see Mike Meyer until the end of the movie. So Halloween.
Ends. He's supposed to be in it like that much, like a cameo in his own movie.
Yeah. It's like, we almost forgot. Here you are. Here he is.
Oh God, the Hellraiser swap. I didn't watch Hellraiser.
Did you know that's William Shatner's face? Ha ha ha.
Yes. It would have been funnier if he delivered. He didn't have any speaking role, but if he had,
right.
What was her name? Lori.
Hellraiser's the one with Pinhead, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, and now they have a girl Pinhead.
Pinhead. See Pinhead, one of my very close friends. It's his uncle played Pinhead.
Oh,
Nice.
Oh, that's cool.
Because I was showing him some of the pictures, and one of the pictures one of my friends was trying to sell, and it was Pinhead, and he goes, "Oh, do you like Pinhead?" I says, "I like a lot of the horror ones." He says, "My uncle's Pinhead. He played Pinhead."
Wow, that is so cool.
And I thought,
degrees of separation, man.
Yeah,
you are almost in with the Cinephites.
Yeah,
pretty good. BJ, we're here for you.
There was a singer, a Scottish singer, Lena Martell. She sang, I think it was a religious song. One day
Treat Jesus.
Aye, that's the one. She went to school. She was in my mum's class in school.
All right.
So she was. That was the nearest we ever got to knowing somebody famous.
I worked out the perfect way to end the Halloween movie series. Pull off the mask, and it's William Shatner under it.
I was going to say that Mike Meyer was always William Shatner, who accidentally had a knife glued to his hand, and he was saying, "Please help, please. Oh, sorry, I stabbed you. I didn't mean it."
Knife off my hand. It just won't come off. And I would have gotten away with it too if it weren't for you pesky kids.
Well, they're going to get away with it now
guys.
because those pesky kids are just not the same pesky kids anymore.
Not
No.
anymore.
Not anymore.
They're
No,
pesky
what-
persons now.
Yes, and there's no
One is
Scooby
gay
in
and
it
black.
because it's unrealistic to have a talking dog.
Oh, for Christ's sake.
Oh, for God. It's a
That's why they're saying it
cartoon,
would-
people.
Yeah, it's basically they're saying because it's more adult, they're taking the dog out because there's no such thing as a talking dog. And if the dog was talking, it would be too
I
child
hate-
friendly.
Hasten to tell them there's no such thing as cartoon people, but you know.
Uh-huh.
Wait, what?
But
Yeah, there's no such thing as fairies either.
Spoilers.
yeah, I think they should, if they want to do an adult one, still have a talking dog.
Wait,
But
when you
only
say
Shaggy can do it
adults.
talking.
There's only
Oh
one
my.
Scooby-Doo, man.
That was always the impression I got. The only reason why anybody heard him was because of what Shaggy was smoking and those darn Scooby snacks.
So basically, what they should do is,
Playing
if they
with
want to do
hungry
an
all the
adult
time.
one, have Shaggy eating a sandwich as the How I Met Your Mother used to call it. So they would all be eating sandwiches together. And you could just imagine Scooby talking away and it's Shaggy. Basically, he's Tom, Scooby says.
Roinks.
I think they've actually done some parody, and it was one episode of something. I think it was
Robot Chicken?
Was it Venture
Well,
Brothers?
actually, how far are you into Supernatural?
Supernatural.
Ooh, careful. Yeah. We're in. It's the apocalypse.
It's always the apocalypse.
I guess it is. Yeah.
I'm guessing the answer to that question, Roman, is not far enough, or she realised why
5
you
or
asked
6.
that question.
Yeah,
Well, you know,
5
they
or
do a
6. Season 5 or 6.
Okay, so you'll forget about this conversation. Okay. No, they do a goofy episode every season. They have.
Oh, I've heard about the Scooby episode. Yeah, I have heard about
Okay.
that one.
Oh my
It's hard
god,
not to hear about that
it
one.
was
Yeah.
so good. That is my favorite of the goofy episodes.
Yeah.
There's also
Yeah.
meant to be a Venture Brothers episode, and Shaggy
Yeah.
is the only one that can hear Scooby, and it's driving them crazy because nobody believes him.
If they want to do that as a real non-comedy, semi-comedy action, you're right. They do that, and what you have is Scooby is actually Shaggy's the animal that can hear Scooby, and what it actually is, Scooby is actually Shaggy's subconscious picking up on the clues that his brain hasn't spotted.
That's what I'm saying. So you can
That's
have
deep.
him in a split and just hearing it, and he's just the one that assumes it, but he's a bit more intelligent than he's let on to be.
Yeah.
But and deciding, instead of doing something like that in an adult one, they've decided not to have Scooby in it at all because it's too childish and dogs don't really talk.
No such. No.
Anybody seen the Hellraiser with the swap for Pinhead?
No, I'm not
See,
into
no,
that.
me
I
either.
haven't seen it yet.
I've seen a review or two of it.
I'm
I'm
gonna,
a fan of the original, so I think someone else said in the chat I'm like a little wary because I don't want to be disappointed, but I do love the original Hellraiser.
I'm getting
That's the thing. It's seen something. It's just
But if it's good,
weird.
Great.
Yeah, I was just
Okay, so
looking it up.
Blair liked it.
And the Cenobites actually appear on screen in 1987, and the Borg appear in 1989. So
Ooh.
who's
They did have a
taking
sort of
information?
a.
Oh,
In all
definitely.
The Borg
Definitely.
were actually just copied from the Cybermen from Doctor Who early on.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
true too.
Flatterer was
They're
my favorite.
definitely an upgrade on the Cybermen.
The only
It's an
difference is the
upgrade,
Borg
I
did the
guess.
voice right. Instead of being, "You are going to be one of us," the Borg is, "You will be assimilated." It was better. The voice was better rather than the
Oh, I
Cybermen.
love the Borg.
One
They
of
were
us.
Everybody loved the Borg.
epic
I love the
villains.
Borg
Epic.
on Star Trek Next Gen. I didn't like the Borg on Voyager because
Voyager, no.
they were just there all the time. They became less because they were scary.
No,
and creepy in Next Gen.
it wasn't the fact that they were there more presently or more frequently. It was the fact that how easily they kept defeating them.
Yeah.
I was like,
was
okay, I
simply-
understand.
they
That's part of the Star Trek thing. Is like, here's your problem. We need to overcome it. We need to figure out what we need to do. Basically, have you tried turning it off and on again? That's essentially what Star Trek is. But in the next gen, the Borg were fucking like they were really scary.
Yes.
Yeah, as they should
were-
be.
Uh-huh.
As
Yeah.
they should be.
Whereas they felt like toy soldiers in Voyager.
Yeah, they were basically just, we'll give you something to, you're going to get defeated by, but you're going to defeat it. Yeah, I mean,
I liked Borg in First Contact as well. They weren't too bad
As
in
did
that.
I. As did I. I thought
Yeah.
First Contact was the best, certainly the best movie that wasn't the original Star Trek crew.
That was
I
the
could
next
honestly,
gen
Yeah.
film.
the rest of the Star Trek movies post the original crew
Rock
movies,
Con. Yeah.
I didn't care
Well, not
about.
quite there.
yeah. Some of them were just basically, you were sitting there thinking somebody's had an idea for an episode and they've just dragged it out.
Yes,
Mm.
that's what the next gen movies were like. Yeah, they
Yeah.
were just longer, boring. The only First
Wow.
Contact was it. The rest of I hated
First Contact was
Generations too. I
great.
thought that was
Yeah.
terrible.
Generations, apart from the bit with Shatner in it, that was the only part I liked, and it was just because Shatner was in it.
Well-
It wasn't even actually that intelligent or that smart. It was just Shatner was in it.
I had I'm always in two minds and set at risk of being controversial about Kirk's death. I fully understand. Yes, Kirk should done, but what I thought was actually in some ways no, being taken out like that. It just goes to show that even Captain Kirk, he's not a superhuman. Anybody
That
can just be
upset me, that
taken
did,
out.
yeah.
Oh yeah, but I'm thinking. But the other thing is, anybody can be taken out by an accident.
Yeah, and that's why I
Anybody
didn't
can be
like it.
taken out
Yeah,
by
I didn't
by
like that.
by spare shot, which is true. So I mean, I can understand why a lot of people say no, he shouldn't have done it. And apparently, William Shatner and others actually wrote a series of books that kind of undid that.
They actually brought him back in the book series.
Mhm.
But I
Those
mean,
events happened, but then other
Yeah.
events happened afterwards, and
Look,
they
I
brought him back.
I can understand. Yeah, I know. Yeah, someone like William Shatner, Captain Kirk, and you almost kill him off screen. But I'm thinking the other thing to that is actually, for me, it goes to show that you don't have to have a big thing. He died saving someone else, almost from a missed shot, a loose shot. Anybody can be killed like that.
Yeah. And the worst part is, see, when they do that and they kill somebody off and then they bring them back, in effect, it says anybody that dies, they're unimportant now because they can bring them back. And I hate when somebody dies and then they bring them back some way. I hate that in a program.
Yeah.
You look at some of the ridiculous things, how people have returned after being killed off. Right, the thing with Cosby, the Tasha Yar, her coming back for the episode worked because one minute it's Will, and then it's basically her, and then it's because of the timeline changed, and then as soon as she's gone, and
I
then
love that. Yesterday's Enterprise, that's one of the best.
That was really good the way they did it. Just flip, and it was nobody knew except Guinan.
It took me a while to realise exactly what the hell was happening at the start of that one. So we can hold a second. What the hell's his third Enterprise? I didn't realise the first time I saw it at first that what they'd actually done is rewritten the timeline. It took me a little bit of a while to work that out.
Because suddenly they're basically standing there, and then he turns around, and it's not Worf behind him. It's Tasha. It's basically Tasha, and you're sitting there thinking, "Huh, what?" And then when you get all come together, you think, "Good, they didn't actually." It wasn't a case of, "Ooh, look, this is what happened," and suddenly showing you a build up to that point, which they would do now because they wouldn't actually expect you to work out themselves. They would explain it to you, so you knew what was happening when he turned around and it was somebody else.
I'm still not quite certain how that works. quote reality unquote wise, in that wouldn't that then just basically spin off to a different?
That's the alternate where it's a split path. It's there's so many different ones, so it would create a alternate reality because say any changes you make. But they were taking the one as there's only one timeline, and
they look at
you
time
make a
travel.
change, this is what it would be like until you put it back. So that's only a temporary reality. But it's one of those things. The good thing is time travel doesn't work, so you can't go back in time. Because if I was going to go back in time, I would be. No, I didn't go, so I'm not there.
So theoretically, for most of Tasha's life, I can't remember what the time was, but for most of Tasha's life, she was actually also a prisoner on a prisoner, presumably older.
The Romulans. She was there for most of her life.
Or she would have died. She died. Or she was killed before she was born. Possibly, I don't know.
No, because her daughter. Was the one. So it was. It was what 20 30 years ago, and that's why.
Yes.
So it was within her. Well, yes. So her daughter would have been at roughly her age. So yes, she went back in time and was there and died before she was born.
Yeah, well, it depends how long after she was taken by the road.
Well, accordingly, it was not meant to be too long because I think it was only a couple of years because she was in prison, she got taken out, and when she had the baby, the baby was about 3 or 4 because it was the child that turned her mother in. You're talking about 5, maybe 10 years.
Yeah, because obviously the characters are presumed. I mean, the general convention, unless it's otherwise stated, is that the characters are roughly the same age as the actors playing them.
Yeah.
So therefore, the daughter would be roughly the same age as Denise Crosby, would roughly the same age as Tasha Yar. So, it's confusing.
You're hurting my head. Stop.
Time travel always goes in the head.
It does, because you get into paradoxes and all the things, and I'm not smart enough to make it all work. So,
was it Jamie put it? I hate time travel.
Yeah, I don't like time travel. I think because the good thing about time travel is I like the ones that just take the piss out of it. They don't try and make it. This is what could have. This is a reality. So they do enjoy it, and they actually mess around, and they don't give you anything fancy. You look at what was the one Cary Grant was in? He went back in time with just as they went through a storm, and they went back in time just as with an aircraft carrier.
Philadelphia.
Final Countdown.
Say again?
Final Countdown.
It was the one that went back, and then as they launched to intercept the Zeros coming in for the.
That was the Final Countdown.
The final countdown.
Yeah, that was the USS Nimitz.
Because they didn't take anything serious. Suddenly, everything didn't change backwards and forwards, and the reason Cary Grant's character got put on board was because he had lived, and he was the admiral who assigned him to it because he knew he was going to go back. So they didn't take it too seriously. They had fun with it, and that's the ones I like. I like those type of ones, not ones that it's a case of like Looper, load of pish.
Oh Lord!
They're going to take you back in time to shoot yourself, and then there's all your money. So, and you're sitting there thinking, really?
Looper was a little bit of hit and miss, but I will give one where I think they played well with time travel, although it wasn't time travel. And that is Star Trek The Next Generation, where there is this probe that captures Picard, and he gets to live like 1,000 year or whatever it is with the
really weird
people.
With the whistle.
With the whistle. And that tune is stuck in my head forever.
So people didn't forget them. That was actually quite good, because they did also one with Miles. Remember, he got accused of a crime, and then
I've seen that idea as well. Yeah, very good idea.
He lived out his sentence, and basically only so he lived 30 years in a night.
Yeah.
Because basically that was his sentence, one day, but he lived 30 years, so, and he had to kill his friend, and it was to give him that.
What show was that?
That was Next Generation. It was the one that Miles O'Brien.
No, it was DS9, wasn't it?
Was it DS9?
I think the O'Brien one was DS9.
Oh,
because it was the Kardashians, wasn't it?
No, it was another race. That's why I thought it was the Next Generation.
I think it was DS9, but
I would understand if it was DS9 because that would be why I did not know what the episode you're talking about was.
It was the one, but I know Miles O'Brien. It basically he's accused of a crime and he has to spend. He gets sentenced, so he wakes up and he befriends his cellmate, and then eventually the food gets cut and he kills his cellmate to get the food to survive. And then he wakes up and he'd only been sleeping for one night. He was sentenced to 30 years in his sleep.
Wow.
So, and it was all to do with the fact is now he won't commit another crime because he knows that'll happen again, and it's meant to be.
I've come across that as a general idea elsewhere as well. But the thing is,
I wish they had that. That's a great punishment.
Yeah,
and horrible. It's great and horrible.
Do you know what I would? Do you know I would love? And I suppose it's because of that. It's the idea is see all these nutcases, activists, just let them have one night of seeing what their world would be like.
Yeah.
After, just give them every one of them one night, a dream, or give them the same dream every night for a year, and let's see if they continue want to have the world they're trying to build.
Yeah.
But well, that might be brought to us by the metaverse.
I agree with that, but the fact is, most of these people glue themselves to Barclay banks and whatever. These people are already on £80,000 a year. They have rich parents. They're just bored. They have nothing to do.
Yeah. Yes, but I'd let them see what happens is they get exactly what they want. And it won't be nice. And that's the point. Because every one of these ones, all these people are saying, we need proper communism. Right, okay, you get communism. Give me all your money. Yeah. You're only allowed this. You're only allowed to do it. Now go and stand there for 4 hours to get bread. Let's see how they like socialism then. But that's what I would say. I would love them to spend every night having their perfect world that they're doing activism again for, just to see how crap it would be, and let's see how their activism would work, and also see that one with those two feckwits. It basically ruined
Van Gogh.
I would just basically say, fine, you and your family have to pay to try and repair it, whatever, but make them pay it, make their parents pay it, and none of this, the police coming up going, do you need water now? You're glued to there.
Leave them.
No, I would just put a bar around them, shut the door, and just leave them for 24 hours.
I agree.
Well, let's see how they got on. Then go in and arrest them, rip their hand off the wall like the French cops do, and say, no problem. You want to glue your hand, your problem, not ours. But they won't, because these people have got money, so they might actually sue us. But see if I'm driving along the road and he's sitting there and I grab him and push him out of the way, I get arrested for manhandling him. But they'll stop me getting to work, which means I could lose my job. And it's not their problem.
Plastic cuffs, grab them, take them on one side, cuff their ankle to the nearest bloody lamppost and just drive off. Leave the fuckers. Especially in the middle of winter. I tell you what, I bet this one happened in the middle of winter.
I bet it would. But I would love to get just see the crowd, just grab them and just cable tie them to somewhere. And anybody who tries to help them, cable tie them.
You've seen the Dutch farmers, the people in Italy, whatever it is, that they just yeeting them off the road, throwing them down the ditch, and then driving on.
Just bring out the snow.
The problem is, you look what happened in here. Like, say for instance, it's true. You look what happened after the Brexit referendum in George Square. The people who didn't agree with it wrecked the place because they didn't agree with the fact that they lost their vote.
Yeah,
they wrecked the place, and the police were all over them. dragging them out because they were all these things because the police. But now they sit down and what do the police do? Do you want some water? Are you okay? Doesn't matter. Don't worry about those beeping horns. Just you sit there and take your time. Bug off. I want to drive right up to them and just sit with my hand in the horn going beep and just until their ears go. I can't deal with that.
Pull them out of the way, someone to drive forward, let them walk back, and then just back up right behind them and just push your engine so your exhaust pipes are going all over them.
But see, that's the thing as well. See, if I was sitting there, I would just rev up all the time and just say, well, you doing that is just causing me to do that, so it's your fault.
Yeah. I would like to see them super glue themselves to the middle of Salisbury Plain training ground.
Yes.
Yeah,
probably the middle of a live fire exercise.
Especially when there's a tank coming towards them.
But yeah, I would love to have been on my bike and just sit beside them and just in their ear, in their face. I would love to actually just get something paint and just put it over their head.
Milkshake them.
No,
the buggers.
Paint.
What? No.
Gloss, not even emulsion. Something that you can't just wash off. A gloss paint over their head.
Well, there's an even more practical solution. You could take all the mats out of your car and beat your mats off on them. Just to get the dust out of your mats.
Yes.
And then put them back in the car and see what else needs emptying from your car. Yeah. Just stack garbage on them.
You get the sort of dye that they put in dye packs, explosive dye packs.
Oh,
right, because that's designed to be not harmful and stay on for long. So these buggers are going to walk around for the next week with yellow, orange skins and all the rest of it.
So you could also use your road flares. I mean, you want to protect them, right? I mean, we don't want these people harmed. So you take your road flares and you put them really close to the person.
I know. I remember one time when they super glued themselves to the top of the underground trains.
Oh, they all got pulled off, yeah.
Yeah, but I was thinking, if I was a train driver...
Oh, the London Underground one. This is the one point that I've actually seen the public had zero tolerance for the bullshit. They were trying to climb on top of this underground train here in London, and holy crap, the public, they were literally just yeeting them the fuck out of there.
Yeah.
They were thrown off in seconds.
Yeah.
Me, Jim, if I was the driver of that train, I go, right, doors are closing, here we go into the tunnel.
Go slowly so they get pushed off.
The thing is that the train driver didn't even have seconds to even make that statement. People were going, I need to get to my job.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I'm just like cheating them the fuck off the train.
Yeah. But yeah, I agree. I mean, the thing is, there's a thing that in everything always comes back to Robert Heinlein. I'm sure the guy was actually was actually a bloody time traveler.
Yeah.
There's a thing in that where he says in the book, and I don't cover so much in the film. They talk about punishment. I mean, he's got some very great ideas. I think we covered. I mean, for one thing, we didn't cover Stephen, if I remember right. They're talking about, and he's talking about the idea that juvenile delinquents, there's no such thing as a juvenile delinquent because a juvenile, by definition, is not old enough to understand his duties, and therefore he cannot be delinquent in them. But he's got a bit where they're talking back at children weren't punished until they were 18, and then all of a sudden they're subject to adult law. So you could literally have someone who's had their hands patted and been told all the way the rest of it. And then on their 18th birthday, they do something and they're liable for death penalty because they've not learned any better. So the system's fun. But one thing he does point out, I think, which is true, is a lot of his punishments he has are public, and they are embarrassment and humiliation public. It's not the physical so much; it's the mental bit. And if you drag these, that's what I say. If you drag these people off, and if you spray them with dye, so that for the next week they're walking around, whatever they do, they're walking around with bright yellow dye all over them. Yeah, they'll soon stop. Maybe, or unfortunately, they'll take it as a bloody badge of honor.
Yeah, or start doing it to themselves. What as a badge of honor.
Look at me. I'm a warrior now.
Well, you could also claim that somebody poured it on you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The
I'm
best
being
thing is,
oppressed. I'm being oppressed.
well,
That's
they'd never
right.
do it, but the best thing the government could do, simple, change the law so that the driver is no longer responsible for someone sitting in the road.
Yeah, they.
If they sit in the road deliberately and you don't see them, oops, sorry,
Yep.
I didn't notice you there because I came round the corner because there was all these traffic and there was all these people. It's not my fault. You actually sat in the middle of the road. If you stand in the middle of the road and you get hit, you're responsible.
Well,
Doesn't matter
what
if I
would the
see you or
penalty
not.
really genuinely be if you drove your car up to them? Like you're the first person, like right in front of them,
the-
right? Drove your car
the-
right up to them so that the bumper is actually not hurting them, but touching them. And then just rev your car every once in a while so that the bumper kind of nudges them so that they feel like, hey, this is what an impact would feel like, silly kid.
No, basically people have done that. They've gone right up very slowly.
Yeah.
People have been standing in front of them and they're just going slow. That slow, it's pushed them out the way, and the person gets done for dangerous driving.
Okay.
They could be fined or they could be put in jail.
They want a
And they
reality
know that,
check.
and
They
that's
want to
why
be
they
dropped in a
deliberately
country
do it.
where they don't have a sense of humor about that stuff. You know,
Much I hate to say,
find
about
some
the
real
fake
consequences.
that you get
You know,
right.
Yeah,
Yes.
exactly.
Yeah.
See if they were actually told, well, what happened? Well, he was sitting in the middle of the road and he didn't move. I moved him and he sat back down, so I just drove over his leg. Oh, well, it's his fault. He knew what would happen if you drove.
Yeah.
So you're no responsibility. Have got zero responsibility. If
Well,
you
that's the thing
I
of
know nothing about
ransom.
Texas, but I would assume that if you try to glue yourself to the streets just outside like Dallas or wherever, either you would get run over by a GMC truck or you would get a shotgun blast to your face if you did that kind of nonsense.
No,
Sadly,
oddly,
both of those things
You
have
know what I want to
Nope.
do? I would love to get their addresses and then just sit outside their house at night with my horn and just inconvenience them. And then if the police come up and say, I'm protesting.
Well, that is another way you could protest this. That same person. Find out where they live or work, and then
They don't
park
work, that's the
yourself
problem.
behind them in the driveway so that they can't drive themselves. Block them.
Or get a new car, like Mr. AWK is actually suggesting. Ben, buddy, stop nudging my hand. Every time I go and try and click this.
Nice.
That would work.
But I will give this. People
Yeah.
have the right to protest, but if you're stopping other people from getting to the work, paying their bills, doing it what they need to do to
getting
survive,
medical treatment.
Yes.
medical
Well,
treatment and
stop
everything. We had, I think it's like 10
It's
reports
against the
now
law
in
to
UK
block-
where they glued themselves to the street, blocking ambulances.
Basically, it's
Getting
against the
to
law
people needing
to
help.
block
Your credibility
ambulances,
goes
police,
right out the
or
window
fire.
with stuff
It's-
like that.
Yeah, it is against the law in Britain to knowingly block the street for ambulances, fire engines, and police cars on emergencies. And they did that. The fire engine and the police car, the ambulance had to take alternate routes, so they blocked them. So that is a criminal offence. For them.
Did you not see there was one of the guys, one of the I mean, he wasn't a young kid, he's obviously an old commie, being interviewed for Extinction Rebellion or whatever the hell they call themselves this week, saying, would you block, would you get out of the way for an ambulance? And say no, even if the ambulance was saving someone's life, no. And he just said it on interview on a TV. He said no, you just wouldn't get out of the way for an ambulance for anything. There was a thing on. It may well
Until
have been
one of their family members needs help. That is.
That's when you. I mean, it may well have been on Lotus Eaters, but if someone was talking about it recently this week, and I said there's one bit they were doing some in London, and they said, "Oh no, we got away for the ambulance." What they did, the protesters showed films. Interestingly enough, they only showed the 5 seconds of the ambulance with the fire engine going past, and you could see a couple of dozen cops there keeping them back to let it pass. No, the cops were there making them move trying to move. That's all they showed. You know, they never showed them been arguing about letting it through or anything. They just said, look, see, we let the thing pass. For the 5 seconds, all you saw was a 5 second, the fire engine coming past, and they're being held back by the cops anyway. You know, the cops were actually holding them back.
Colin, would they get out of the way for one of these and just sharing it?
You probably wouldn't.
They wouldn't need to get out of the way for one of those. You could just drive right over them. They'd be
Actually,
perfectly fine.
I could probably stand up under one of those. Yeah,
Probably.
Well, actually, I'll
That's
tell you what
nice.
I thought. But you get, you know, those bridge load tanks and the rest of it.
That would be good.
Get something like that. Ramps either side of them, so you can drive. So they can sit in the road, and you can just drive up and over them. So they're sitting under a ramp. The ramp about 6 inches from their heads. So you're literally just.
Or you
driving
could
over
sort
them.
of just accidentally, you know, open a gigantic box of spiders.
Now we're
You can see how
talking.
quick they move.
Bringing it back to the spiders.
Yep. Yeah, or have
Not
a
the
And
shiny
now we
bottle.
know who is the most evil person on this panel, because if you glued yourself to the street and you unleash a big bucket of spiders,
Mhm.
holy crap.
My God, that's brilliant.
Well,
Yeah,
you could
that
spray
would
them
be
with
like,
sugar
you know,
water too.
Even
you
if
know.
they're tarantulas.
Or
You
ants.
hose them down with
or like
sugar
the-
water, and the ants
the
will start.
African
Ants and
ants.
flies
No,
will
you
start
don't,
coming.
the good thing is you don't even need to touch them, so you don't assault them. So you just do it all round them.
Yeah.
Do you know what's quite shame? They don't have them. you know what I'm talking about, PJ.
Uh-huh.
Mhm.
Your favourite film. Shame we don't have them.
Yeah,
Oh.
giant man. Here you go. Now I've told you. What did he? What? See, Bud. He is a bit of a twat. He's just shown how much of a twat he is.
Oh God.
Look at me. I am gorgeous.
Yeah, and you know it. That's his problem. So that's why he's got that one saying I'm a bit of a twat, because he does twattish things. Right, you want done? You want done? Right, on you go.
Going back to where we were on this.
Yeah.
Where did we start?
There was one thing I
Where am
noticed. It was either it was at the same time. It was very clever timing, and also extremely obvious with the next gen episode with the whistle.
That's what it was. It was all about time.
Is that the adverts were ideally placed for the time jumps, because they never had to do anything. You know, you got the adverts and you come back and it's 30 years later. You know, because obviously they had at some point to have the time jumps. I think it stand out a little bit, I think, but at the same time, it was, you know, I think once maybe they went back to the Enterprise itself, but most of it was in Picard's head. Very good. But what I do like you're saying about that, PJ, is there's a few guys do alternate histories. Eric Flint,
Yes.
he's got some alternate histories in it. I think he's called the he's got a thing where he got every something's happened, and a town, I think it's the first slot, and the last one as I was reading was actually a what's it, a naval ship and a
There was
cruise
the
liner. Go back. They get shifted back. And the last one, they actually got shifted. These guys, they actually get shifted back to just after Alexander the Great died, and they do indeed rewrite history. They do it right. They split off another timeline. It's done 2 or 3 of these where they go back and something gets sent back in time, and they actually go along to them. They actually rewrite. You know, they redo history. That is time travel, I think, done quite well, because it goes back and it does indeed split off. The other one, of course, is you go back and you find, oh, that always happened anyway. You know, you go back, you can't affect the past because your going back was part of the past.
Right.
What was the name of the episode from the original series when they went back to Germany? I think it was.
They didn't go back to Germany. They
didn't.
did. No, it was It was one of these ones where they were in that period where in the original series
They did the
had
slingshot and they went back and it was
the slingshot was City on the Edge of Forever.
Yes.
Was
no,
the
it was the slingshot one where they went back in time by slingshotting around the sun, and in their way back they went down to try and get some information. They got the guy. Remember the guy? He was on the transporter.
That was the one that was supposed to be the spin-off for the Gary 7 series, which never happened.
Yeah.
No, the one Alex talking about is there's one of them. They had this thing in the original series where they had a number of different planets which were all Earth clones. So what this one was, it was, if I remember right, it was another planet where, as in the original series, most of the planets were humans. And I think they did it 2 or 3 times. I think in that case, they got a Starfleet officer or Starfleet crew had crash landed or something, and they'd adopted the Nazi-ish.
Yes, it was a prime directive violation.
Yeah, because
they got marooned there,
and that was the thing. How could it be? Because that was the one at the end. It was a case of, if it was meant to be almost like a parallel, why were they worshipping the sun? And he says it wasn't the sun, sir. It was the son of God.
Was it that one? Because I know
that was Bread and Circuses. I love that episode.
Because that one was one that was based on the Roman Empire. You should know Roman. They did that. They did the Nazi. No, the Nazi one was the Roman one.
They also did the
they did the one where they
the mafia.
Where they'd had a copy of Gangs or whatever it was, and their whole thing was based on the 1920s. And then they went off and they realised at the end, was it McCoy had left his phaser or something? Was communicator.
Right.
Well, that was a piece of the action.
Yeah, a piece of the action.
A piece of the action.
Yeah. And they seem to have this thing with the original series that I don't know if it was just limitations of makeup and technology and the rest of it, but they visited. They had a number of planets which were effectively, literally Earth clones.
Yeah, and because they had actually
the communists
signals. Signals.
Oh yeah, that was Oh god, yes. The
basically that
76 one.
You know where that went? Galaxy Quest.
Yeah.
The historical transmissions. Basically, they were saying that some of them had received transmission from Earth from certain times, so they took that on. Other ones, it was a case of they were an alternate or a parallel history.
Parallel evolution.
One of the changed, like the Roman Empire didn't fall, so that was still going.
The Third World War happens, and the communists won.
Yeah.
All the one with the Native Americans and plebnista. First 3 words. Look, bigger than everything else.
Wedler people. Yeah. And basically Stargate took that as well. They seeded the planets with all the human native cultures. Stargate.
Oh, did they, Blair? I don't remember that bit, Blair, but thank you. That would explain. Yeah, that would have been an explanation. The collectors, but so possibly then the inspiration for Stargate as well. I don't know. Similar concept, but
Stargate basically said the Gould had taken civilizations, and then I thought, well, you need to watch because accordingly, the Egyptians had buried the Stargate. So why is there? So I can understand. But so why was there a Norse one? So how did the Norse people get taken if the Stargate was already closed? They couldn't take their thing because the Norse Empire wasn't around at the same time as the Egyptian Empire, same time as it just didn't work.
Yeah. The other thing that got me also was I don't know, most of them had kicked the Gould off. So why have you got the Norse ones to why have you we know why you've got the Egyptian ones, because the Egyptian ones were the ones that still had the Gould, hadn't kicked the Gould off yet.
Yeah.
But why have you got when you've got people taken from probably the same rough times. Where have you got people with Vikings, and then you've got the people who advanced to being friends with the Nox, the Tolan. The Tolan were also a civilization, if I remember right, that had been nicked from Earth. So they'd obviously advanced a lot quicker, whereas most of the others had advanced hardly at all.
Yeah.
You know, it was
the other ones that basically depending on the culture. So, like they were basically saying the Native Americans were still Native Americans 2,000 years later.
Yeah,
because there was no other influence. It was only the Native American. The Egyptian culture was the same Egyptian culture because it hadn't progressed in 2,000 years.
Yeah.
The Russian, it wasn't the Russian.
The really bad medieval ones. Yes, we won't go.
No,
I forgot about that.
We won't go.
It was the sexist, racist one about the steppes, and it was the
the second or third one. Yeah,
the Genghis Khan. I can't remember the name of the people. It's just gone. It's just literally went click out my head.
The Mongols?
Mongols. Thank you very much. It just went out of my head and it went blank. I'm not telling you, no. So the Mongols Empire, and they effectively said after 2,000 years, look, considering they weren't around when the Stargate got buried, but after 2,000 years, they're still the same, and it only changed because Carter got abducted by them. And it didn't work because there was ones that were only around maybe 1,000 years ago. That's what I'm saying. It didn't work within that. But if you think about it, but it was an excuse. It was the same as anything else. Why did Doctor Who have a TARDIS? Because they wanted to get from show to show to show, and they needed something that could travel. So they could take them to this planet, could take them to this time. So it had to be a TARDIS. That's why they used it. And they did the same with Stargate. How did they get from this place to that place to this place? And it was a Stargate. However, how could you actually have the Egyptians here, the Chinese here, the Russians here, and that's the thing. So it didn't make sense once you started thinking about it. But it's still entertaining, and it's the same with the original Star Trek. It was damn entertaining, even though you knew it didn't work, but fun still. Seeing Spock dressed in with carrying the violin case, you know what I mean?
Well, the Stargate universe had culling in it. It was part of the Stargate universe that they would cull people.
No, that's Atlantis.
No, I'm not talking about culling them like food cattle, but they would come there and occasionally tip over their little civilization to make sure they stayed primitive. And that's why a lot of those cultures remained primitive, was because they kept knocking them over, or they became a planet of strategy in some Goa'uld war. So they got knocked down then, or they were used as frontline people, maybe just as fodder, as placeholders in a big game of chess between the various Goa'uld gods.
So, some of the ones, it was a case of they were still controlled, so the guild didn't want them to progress. Right. So reading was outlawed and stuff like that, and only certain ones could educate themselves. So they were basically forced to live that way. But so
but the timeline doesn't work still. The idea that there are these other cultures.
But you've got cultures that weren't around when the Egyptian culture was progressing. You had ones earlier, the Mayans and stuff like that, but it didn't seem to work because of that.
Yeah. I mean, if they've buried the Stargate 3000 BC, why have you got anything after that?
Right.
Yeah. Well, interesting enough, it just occurred to me that Stargate actually did both versions. Did time travel. I'm trying to think. It didn't do that often. It did it in 1969. It did the course. It did the one.
Right. Yeah. Where they went back to the 60s.
Where they go back and it comes back and they did the sort of the final countdown idea. They come back and Hammond knew because of the wound on Carter's hand, and he knew.
He gives the note.
Yeah, and then you get Stargate Continuum, the last film, where they do someone goes and they do actually change the timeline, and they have to reset the timeline.
Yeah,
Right.
because
And you get-
Baal goes back in time
Yeah.
and stops all that because
Yeah.
he's got the knowledge and stuff like that. And
Yeah, he removes one Stargate.
and then he basically uses his knowledge to take over everything else. But I like that one. It was actually quite good, and it's just. But the part I found weird with that was they're standing in the ship. The crew come down, see the captain standing there, or the captain's relation, but because he looks so like how much like his great uncle or whatever it was he was meant to be.
Granddad, I think.
They took I don't think it was his granddad. I think I think it was one of his uncles. He was called after one of his uncles who was lost at sea. So I don't think it was a direct.
No, because didn't Cam not exist in the alternate universe? Because his grandfather had been killed with the Stargate.
Yeah, I think there was a grandfather paradox.
Yeah,
half
because-
a grandfather
But it was
paradox.
the fact is, I can understand the crew coming down and seeing him there because he dressed the same as well as looked the same as his grandfather, who was the captain, and they followed his orders.
Yeah.
But when his grandfather came down and saw himself standing there, and he didn't go, huh? He just basically, like, these guys are going to attack the ship. Just take it, and he goes, okay then. And you're sitting there thinking, he was quick off the mark.
Yeah, but
it was entertaining, but it was just one of those ones you're sitting there thinking, if I turned up and walked through that door right now, and I said to myself, right, you need to turn that off just now, I would go, aye, no problem, click. I would need a bit more explanation on why all this has happened.
Yeah,
I mean, what you want me to do.
The implications will aid is the fact that with that beard, he could have looked similar to someone who wasn't. You could disguise the fact that it was both Ben Browder, because it could have been someone else. With that beard, he looked quite similar. But I thought he'd always been on the ship because he'd gone back about 10 years, hadn't he? So he'd always got that and could be on the ship. So he'd maybe the captain knew he was there. I'm not sure.
I don't know. It's just because when he came down, he was dressed the same way, and he had the beard was the same shape.
Yeah, just the nose was different.
You see the picture of the two of them when he opens his ignite, the two of them standing there, and it's obviously him playing both parts, but they were dressed the same way, and you're sitting there thinking, weird.
It was just
I wonder if Cam thought for a second, I better dress like him because I might actually be him in this timeline, and that's why he was dressed the same way.
You mean like Fry?
Yeah. Well, he showed up in costume on purpose just in case, perhaps. I could see Cam thinking like that. He's seen some sci-fi himself.
Yep. Blair, yes. You've got two of them. You've got Stargate, the Ark of Truth, which is the one that finished off the series completely. Which I actually thought was Ark of Truth confuses me because you get the third act. You seem to get you've got the ongoing battle on the Odyssey, whichever the ship is, which obviously takes about 20 minutes with Cam fighting the replicator. You've got Daniel, Sam, and Vala being held captive in the monastery.
Sam wasn't held captive.
Was she not? No, no. You've got Daniel, Vala, and Vala's ex.
Yeah, but Teal had to make that journey.
That was and then you've got Teal walking across half of New Zealand in the same period. You know, that confused me a little bit. But you've got the Ark of Truth, and then Continuum is the other one we're saying, which is the time travel one. And Babylon 5 was they did.
That was a closed loop, right? I mean, they took possession of it to create a future that it could exist in the first place.
Yeah, the weird thing is that yes, exactly. Babylon 5, you've got Babylon 4 where they go. No, you've got
Babylon 4 is the time loop. There's Babylon 4 squared.
You got Babylon Squared is the first one where they go back to Babylon 4 and it gets pulled forward and they don't know what's happening to it. They just pull out Babylon 4 they've just put up the survivors of Babylon 4 that's been pulled forward.
Mhm.
Then you've also got
That's when Sinclair becomes the Minbari,
yeah.
so he can go back.
No, not yet. You've got that. You've then got 3 seasons later. You've then got War Without End. I think it is.
Yeah.
Which is the two
Right.
parts,
That's
which
right.
is when they do their go, and then they go back. The weird thing with that though is that actually Sinclair is
Yeah.
It-
Sinclair becomes their Jesus.
yeah, but the thing is, it effectively means Sinclair is irrelevant, because what happens is, depending on where you start, what happens is the Minbari come across this guy called Valen.
Mhm.
Right? If you do it chronologically, the Minbari come across this guy called Valen. Right? Valen has a family. Valen's DNA, Valen's soul enters into the Minbari, etc., etc., etc.
Right,
Some
right. And
Minbari
connects them
souls-
to the human race.
Yes, Minbari souls start being born in human race. 1,000 years later, the Minbari get pissed off. You end up with the Earth Minbari War. You get to the Battle of the Line,
Mhm.
and Delenn chooses that one at random, who turns out to have Valen's soul,
Right.
or part of Valen's soul. So the Minbari watch him, push him, etc., and eventually put him in a position where he gets on Babylon, where he goes back to become Valen. But that's a loop. So where does it start? So if it hadn't been Sinclair, if it had been some other guy who'd been assigned in the rest of it,
I'm
Yeah,
sure
he
that there's a
come back.
proper Vorlon answer to this. I think
Yes.
it might be yes.
yeah, it might be shut up and listen to shut up. It's called suspicion.
You asked
Yeah,
far
but
too many questions.
Colin,
Yes.
you can also take that from the back end. The reason Sinclair became important is because of his lost memories based on the Battle of the Line.
Right.
Because he was one of the few survivors from the Battle of the Line.
Yeah,
So
what I'm
they
saying is
needed those experienced
yeah,
officers,
but it's
and they basically got promoted up, and that's why. So, and it was because of his lost memories and the thing that the Vorlons and the Minbari were interested in him, because there was something different from him
well, no, but
based
because
on what happened in the Battle of the Line.
Yeah.
So
They
you're
knew-
taking it from the end and it throws back.
Yeah,
so
it
the
is.
reason he got thrown back is because of where he got taken in by them.
the
Well,
best
Colin, the timeline that you're talking about needs to be rolled back a little bit further, because it's not the Minbari meeting Valen that's the actual cue to the beginning of this story. It's quite literally the Vorlons realizing that they're going to lose the war and reach forward in time and grab a battle station that they know is going to be built because they can see all time or something like that.
well, it's Babylon 5, so who the hell cares?
The Vorlons just they change their own future by creating a future, and it's like the time warped as they reached into the future. Babylon 4 existed, and they pulled it back in time and made it possible for it to exist. So it's like gigantic.
The best one for that though actually is Harry Harrison, the third Jim DeGritt's novel, The Stainless Steel Rat Saves the World, where he gets pulled back in time and he comes across some guy, and it's a little bit like the Doctor and River song, where they're not in sync for their timelines. And you end up, and the last question, I think the last line of the book is something along those lines, but he only became the bad guy because you stopped him before. So where did it start? It's a very clever book. It ends up with in-depth, you don't know who started it. Because
Well, the same thing as in Terminator.
Yep.
Terminator is exactly the same way.
Yeah.
There's some speculation online that it happened anyway, and the computer actually made it a storyline because they went back and tried to intervene in the first place.
Yeah, it's
So what started off as an accident created the movie
Yeah.
we know.
Yeah. I said,
Yeah.
yes.
And Grand Moff, the series, it was Stargate Universe, which I didn't like. Surprise, because it was too dark compared to Stargate and Stargate.
It's just
Reality.
trashy
Who brought a
teenage
torch?
drama. I hated that show. It's like
I
it was
didn't
just
like
a bunch
it
of
at all.
teenagers being teenagers. It was so ugh.
Yeah, basically the fact is it was just too dark. It was they were just trying to be too dark and gritty.
Well,
I thought,
they
nah, it
they
takes it
also
away.
did
The
they
Stainless
not
Steel Rat, I used to love the Stainless Steel Rat comics. I must admit.
did I don't remember the comics. Did they not though end Atlantis on a cliffhanger?
They
No.
sort of they basically brought Atlantis back to.
Sorry, not Atlantis, Universe.
They
Yeah.
did. They did.
Yeah,
They
it was called The
basically
Series
had
got cancelled.
it
Yeah.
got cancelled, but they basically
Atlantis.
had
Atlantis, they
they
brought
were
back,
running out of energy or food or whatever, so everybody went into suspended animation, but it could only be done manually. So the young guy who was the genius stayed
Yeah.
out,
Yeah.
and they basically he's standing there going into ring me because he can't go in himself. It has to be done from
I think
external.
Atlantis, if I remember right, I dropped off Atlantis after a couple of seasons, then I went back a few years ago and watched the whole
Well,
lot.
I bought the full box set of Stargate, everything, all the movies, and then I bought Atlantis as well.
Atlantis, I think, had more commanding officers than the Star Trek Dysentery. I mean, Dysentery had number of them, but
I liked Atlantis. It was a bit
I
of a
liked
guilty
Atlantis.
pleasure.
It was
Yeah, I
fun. It
preferred the original,
didn't
but
take
it was-
itself too serious, and the Wraith weren't that big of a bad guy. So
All I know is within at the near finale of the first season, they launch an atomic bomb to use it as a radioactive shield. It's absolutely fantastic. I couldn't believe they actually pulled that off. I was like, Rodney, you just made a gold star, man. You are the best.
Big Finish, and he certainly was Big Finish, did a series of this will surprise you. You'll never guess what audio plays. You never expect this from Big Finish with Stargate, and I think most of them are actually short stories. And the ones I've got, because I've got the best ones, of course, the ones with Daniel and Vala. But they did, I think they did Stargate.
the best one from with Vala in it was when Vala was trying to tell them all about her historical adventure she had.
200 was the best.
It was all the TV
like
programs. So she had them all in She had them all in Star Trek. She had them all. Basically, she was telling them all about all these alien worlds and stuff like that, and it was all the sci-fi programs of the day. All the characters were playing parts.
200 is, I think, one of the best TV shows. One of the best TV episodes ever. Everybody was having fun, and the best bit was there been a lot of, because it was actually in the last season, wasn't it? 200, I think. Yeah, and there've been a lot of, if I remember right, there've been a lot of not necessarily complaints, but comments on it becoming Stargate Farscape because Ben Browder and Claudia Black. So there's one bit where she's telling that one of the stories she tells is Farscape.
It is,
but with people swapped to
characters,
that.
it's all the characters from Stargate in it, and that's the one, and it's the same one that they do. She tells another story, and it's Star Trek, so they're all dressed as that.
Yeah, but the best bit though is she does all these ones because that's Star Trek. That's what she does the Farscape one, and he goes, "Nope, you got me there. Never heard of that one."
Yeah,
that's the best bit.
Anyway, I was going to say, shall we do pick of the week yet?
Yes, let's do
pick of the week.
It's still terrible, that pick of the week.
It'll be updated soon anyway.
Yes. Anyway, who wants to go first? I've got a load, but
I've only got one item.
Right, you go first then.
Okay. I went down to my local B&M's this week. I thought, after I picked up a few items, I thought, should I get one? And then I saw it on the shelf. And I noticed something, that the box was damaged. And I thought to myself, I wonder if I can get a discount. So I did for 10%. So down from 21 to £19 something.
Oh, that's nice. Always never hurts to ask.
It never hurts to ask, but
No.
the way what I said to the checkout woman, they were fighting not to get into the box. That's all I can say.
She should have given
And you can
another
never have
thing to
enough
pay more
Daleks.
for that.
Oh, I love my Dalek collection, but the problem is the way they do the packaging now.
You have to actually use a pair of scissors or clippers to get them off.
I know. So, got the box. Here we go. First unboxing.
Nice.
And here's the one.
Basically, the Daleks are just super. That's why I've got a big load of Daleks around my shelf.
Yay, we love
Right.
Daleks in this
So
house.
the box can go over there.
Ow!
This is the one with the actual gun stick from
Very nice.
That
This
is
the
a
one
really nice sculpt.
with the normal.
Cool.
So, I'll be back in a second.
Right,
Okay, just give me a minute.
right. No problemo. So, while we're waiting, I'll show one of the things that I've got. I picked up a comic today. I was at a car boot sale rather than a charity shop, and I picked up a Marvel comic, and it did say,
Oh, yes.
it does say Legends, and this one is Righteous Fury. So I thought, pick it up. Only cost me 50p, so
Wow.
not too bad. And I know it's basically it's parts of the story, so it's not as if
Right.
there's a full story in it.
I love that cover so much. That's one of my
That is-
favorites.
Yeah, it's
That is
basically the
cool
cover that
cover.
actually got me, because you look at Captain America in that one.
Yeah.
That's Captain
Nick Fury,
America.
proper Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. That's good stuff.
Yeah.
That's a proper Nick Fury as well.
Isn't it just? And it's even actually still got, which is usually a surprise. It's got the picture inside, which you can take it. But the back side of that picture is Thor. You can just see the back end of it. So
Beta Ray Bill.
Hey.
Oh, love me some Beta Ray Bill. That's great.
yeah, I mean, so there's a couple of pictures in it. And considering that it's actually still got the bits and pieces in it, I was surprised it hadn't been taken out.
That's fantastic.
I picked that up, 50p. So that was one of them. So let's put Alec back up.
Anyway, I'd like to introduce you to Philip, my little brother.
Hello.
Hello, Philip.
Hello.
Hey, buddy.
Hello.
When
How
I
are
get
you?
a set in a 2-pack, there you go.
Whoa.
You get one
Well done.
Well done.
Okay, you go and put it on your shelf now. All right, say goodbye, everyone.
Bye.
Bye, buddy.
Bye.
Nice to meet you.
Go and put that on your shelf.
Bye.
Yeah. He wants your chair.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I always give a
Aw.
garlic to my little brother. He never
Good,
goes
That's
about.
awesome.
That is so cool.
Yeah.
That is really cool.
Well done.
Oh, bless
Anybody
him.
else got a pick of the week?
Yeah,
I got
I've got-
two. Oh, go. You go ahead, Stephen.
Good.
Yeah, I've just got one item, especially
Right.
since I didn't have one last week.
Right.
Let me just turn on my camera. So this is from 15 years ago, right? Still sealed in the package. The young lady from Battlestar Galactica. This is
Oh, yes.
Sorry, there's words on that. Sorry, I didn't see the words.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh, my.
But yeah, she's a darling. So I've had this in my collection since it was on the shelf, and it's just
He's telling us he basically reseals it every night.
Oh my.
So that's just a little gem from my collection.
Superb.
Wow, that's a
Very
hard
nice.
one to follow.
Yeah, that is definitely that is going, Roman.
No, I'm disappointed. No one. Oh, what's Roman got? Who cares? It's
I know. You put yours up so we can think about what Stephen put up.
So I took actually a page out of PJ's book, and I got
you got
the Page Runner Superman from
right.
the Black Adam collection.
Nice.
And I have so much stuff piled behind me right now.
Roman,
It's really
see that
not good
figure?
here in the
See
Empire
that
Studios.
figure? It's the fact that it's got the white stand, so you could just have it just floating above your desk.
Yeah, I mean, I like the flight stands. I wish, and the funny thing is, not all the flying figures come with flight stands. It's kind of annoying. Then you have to order them, and they're never as good. So the other one I got was the Kyle Rayner Green Lantern. I mean, I don't know if everybody's familiar with this version of Green Lantern.
No.
I like the extra, the jacket.
I remember that one from the comics. Wasn't he the one? I think I've still got my somewhere. He was the one where he got married, didn't he? His girlfriend was a gypsy or something, I think. Nothing wrong with that. I'm just thinking it's what I remember from the comics.
Not that there's anything wrong with him marrying a gypsy.
No, because she was very nice to him. No, I just got this memory. Might you say this a picture because
so those are
got married. I think that was Kyle Rayner. Cool. I'm not sure. It's a long time since I read them.
Yeah.
So he took over for Hal during one of Hal's absences. Hal had a lot of absences. Well, one, he was dead for a while. That was a bit of a problem. And then, and then he was parallaxed for a while. And so there are a lot of versions of why you had to get fillers for Hal Jordan. And actually, Kyle was an artist. Which is kind of interesting. And so that's why he got all creative with his suit design and all the stuff. I'm what I want them to make is a Guy Gardner figure as well. I'd love to get a Kilowog from this series. Of course, they actually have other versions of but this one, like I say, McFarlane is slowly churning things out. They're actually going to be putting out a collection from the Christopher Nolan films from McFarlane as well. And PJ, I sent you a picture the other day on Instagram. That Frankenstein.
Oh, that one, yes.
Yeah. And those are like the mega figures. So those are a bit more. They're like the $41 figures. But they're massive as well. But so that's all I've got for this week. Our Superman and Green Lantern for the Kyle Rayner version.
Yeah, very good.
Question for you reminds me of a quote, The Big Bang Theory. Are you? I mean, I must admit, I didn't dislike the Green Lantern movie, but I'm not sure how accurate it was. But no,
I'm not a big Green Lantern fan, but even after that movie, mate.
Yeah, I love Green Lantern.
It followed what I remember the old. But my question for you is, I can't remember exactly, guys, but there's a bit in The Big Bang Theory where Sheldon is saying, "Are you telling me that Ryan Reynolds was a better Green Lantern than lovable rogue Nathan Fillion?" Nathan Fillion is Hal Jordan.
Nathan Fillion, yeah.
Yes, animated.
No, I know. I'm thinking he was suggesting it in the film, but you did it the animated.
Oh no, Nathan Fillion did the voice of Green Lantern in the animated stuff.
Because I thought the implication I thought was saying that at some point Sheldon was suggesting that the film should have had Nathan Fillion in it. Maybe that's why if he'd been in the.
So that's probably why the comparison is that's pretty deep nerd stuff. Why. So Nathan Fillion was an animated version of Hal Jordan, and of course Ryan Reynolds played the horrible CGI suit version of Hal Jordan.
There was a lot of that.
As Ryan Reynolds did say, is please don't no suit.
And did I share this with you guys before? Did I show you this?
No.
If I can actually get it to show.
Super.
So that's my Green Lantern ring. This is going to be part of my Halloween costume. Stay in focus. Come on.
That's the worst part about that.
There we go.
Oh yeah, cool.
That just looks cool.
So it's a nice ring. It's metal. It's not. It's not cheap plastic. It's
not
semi inexpensive metal.
I take it it's not a mithril alloy then.
Oh no! Did you see the 3 rings are meant to be made the same way, but they're all different colors? Did you see
Yeah.
the picture that somebody put on? It was the sweet rings, the ones that are difficult.
Oh, that's money. That is hilarious.
Definitely. Those rings were actually, they looked
Yeah,
like
someone said
cheap,
they're
as
like
the guys at
costume
Friday
jewelry.
Night Times were saying,
Cosplay.
they looked like the cheap plastic costume jewelry you get at Lucky Bags. A Lucky Bag is basically, as it says, it was a bag. It used to get, it was a paper bag sealed, and you would have some sweets and some toys in it, and a cheap plastic.
Oh, we had
ring.
Cracker Jack.
Similar idea. I don't know. We used
Ah,
they were called
Cracker
Lucky
Jack.
Bags here, and it was one of those ones. It was a sealed. You didn't know what you were getting in it. You didn't know the sweet. You didn't know the toy. You didn't know the joke. Whatever was in it, you just opened it, and it had bits and pieces.
It was what it was.
And you had a few bits, but you used to get the plastic rings, and those look better than the rings on the wheel of the rings of flour. But it was just absolutely nuts, right, Jim? Have you got
diversity?
I'm gonna try to be quick with the ones. I only have like a small stack. Picked it up at the charity shop. They've increased the price, surprisingly enough.
Yeah, they saw you coming.
Well, they probably saw me coming, but it used to be 10 for a quid. Now it's 4 for a quid.
Depends on the charity shop. Some of them do bits and
no,
pieces.
it is the same place. They just happen to know that I'm the one going out and grabbing the better stuff. But I'll blitz through this because I have a delivery coming in the next couple of minutes. So I will go.
The Punisher. That's a Tomb Raider. Sorry, it was just
Tomb Raider. I love that movie. Special collector's edition, and we have.
She was hot.
Rimmer as the butler.
I was going to say Donald Rimmer.
Yeah,
Butler Rimmer.
Yeah. And then, because it's widescreen special edition as well, I'm usually not for the dancing and musical stuff.
Glee.
Not too much.
I knew it.
Oh, Mrs. of the Empire would love that. Nobody puts Jim the Viking in a corner.
Yeah, Mrs. Maybe loves that. We've got a copy of that. It is just,
that's a great movie.
Yeah. But now we'll quickly step down the more action, dark spiral and everything. So we'll begin with, this is obviously what a boy like me would have loved in the 80s.
Oh, very nice. That's a good movie.
When Steven Skull was Steven Skull.
I haven't seen that.
Yes, that's a girl they're jumping out the cake. No,
there's definitely no reason for the lady to jump out of the cake after hearing gunfire, but she does anyway.
You know, I'd say that's arguably his best film.
It was a good one.
It was a really good one for being a Seagal, but I will counter that, Roman. My best film is Executive Command. And
he's only in there for like a second.
I will give it's 1996, so it's been around for a while. It's not a spoiler alert anymore. Steven Seagal dies literally at the beginning of the film.
Yes,
but he's the biggest name on the film.
I'm going to give that one to you, Jim, because that may be his best movie because he has the least amount of screen time in it.
Yep.
But it was such a surprise. It's like, hang on, did it? No. When you saw it the first time, it's like, no. He grabbed onto the tail of the airplane or something. He was gonna crawl back in.
Yeah, there was like a special, it was a fictional spec ops link to the aircraft, and it like blew out or something as he was going. He closed the hatch and it was gone, and that was it. Yeah. And I think the only person who got on board was Kurt Russell. Yeah, and that was it. Everybody else is dead.
Yeah. When was the last time you saw Steven Skull? Oh, he was on radar flying backwards.
I still enjoy those films, but now we're going down the darker route.
Oh, I love that movie so much.
Awesome film.
And it's the special edition.
The
you
entire
can't-
film
you can't
happens
see who
inside the
Kaiser Soze
detective's
is.
head.
You can't see who Kaiser Soze is.
It was me.
The whole story
the
happens
greatest
in the
trick the devil
detective's
ever
head.
pulled was to convince the world that he never existed.
Mm-hmm.
And because I'm in a little bit of a rush, I'm adding the next dark one.
Nice.
Oh,
Reservoir
My favorite
excellent.
Tarantino movie.
Very good, Mr. Pink.
Flipping
You don't
How
want to
awesome.
be Mr. Pink.
How often do you hear the song "Stuck in the Middle with You"?
I
by
know. I
Duncan
heard
Lawrence?
it instantly as soon
Yeah.
as Jim put that up. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just the way it is.
I was
That was literally my
Nice.
choice.
Yeah. Well, I've got
Nice ball.
I've got a pile of DVDs and I've got a couple of wee bits and pieces. I actually picked up something not in a charity shop, which I don't normally like. I bought myself a wee set of wee pods, and I can never get
Oh,
the
nice.
things opened. Maybe if I actually opened the front instead of the back, that would help. But we
Yeah,
set
just-
of pods,
Oh,
B&M,
that's very
15 quid, and that is the battery. So you charge that up. Doesn't
Yep.
matter if your headphones in. Actually, they stick in my ear quite well because normally I've got a habit as I move around to do that, and they go.
Yeah,
So
that,
I
I would
decided
lose
to
those
use them.
immediately.
So I bought a packet. The only reason I got them is because I don't like the white ones. So they were black. So I got the black ones.
They're
Don't know
too
why.
dark, PJ. Too
Yes,
dark.
They're too dark. Yeah. Well, talk about dark. Bram
Nice,
Stoker's
eh?
Legend of the Mummy 2
Nice.
is no big names.
See you
in this
later,
one
guys.
at all.
Take care, Roman.
Take
Bye,
care,
Roman.
Roman.
Bye, Roman.
Have a good one.
Yeah,
Too dark, PJ.
far too dark. So basically, the Mummy 2, no big names in this one, but I haven't seen it, so I thought I'd pick it up to see if it's any good. But we'll see. The other one I've never even seen is Open Range. Robert Duvall and Kevin Costner.
I think I heard of that one.
Annette
I've never
Bening as
seen
well.
it.
You even
I
got
haven't-
Annette Bening in there. That's
Yeah.
that
So I
should
haven't
probably be
seen
something
this
good.
one. Yep, I hadn't seen this one at all. So when I saw it in the charity shop, the car boot sale, not the charity shop, I picked it up. I picked this one up and I had seen it before and I thought, it's not one I normally like. Brassed Off.
Oh, I've heard of that.
Yeah, I've seen it. It's a good film.
Ewan McGregor, Pete Postlethwaite,
Yep.
Stephen Tomlinson. I can't remember her name. I must admit. But this is basically
Tara
about
Fitzgerald.
Yeah, you can see it in the.
It's Tara Fitzgerald, isn't it?
Tara Fitzgerald. Yes, I didn't see the name. But
No, I didn't. I thought I
remember
had face.
I remember seeing this when it first came out. It's all about a big band, basically a local town
Yeah.
band. And I thought, I'll pick that one up. And then I picked another one up that I'd never even heard of. Has anybody heard of this one?
Yes, I've seen it.
Is
No.
it any good?
I think so.
Yeah,
I've heard it
Robin
mentioned
Williams
recently, but-
delivers, but overall, my memory from that one is it wasn't good.
Never even heard of that one.
No, I'd never even heard of it. RV, Runaway Vacation. I've never even heard of it, but it's a Robin Williams one, so I thought I'd pick it up because it's normally good. I've got 2 box sets, but before I did that, I picked up something I thought, oh, a full set. Jim will like that. And then when I got them home and I dug them out, I realised it's not a full set. There's 4 of them, but it's not a full set because there's 2 of one and 0 of one of the other ones. I picked up that.
Turtles.
Hey,
How cute.
no, they look really great.
They are really cute.
However, I thought I'd picked up 4 until I realised there was 2. So no
There
Donatello.
are no 2 Leos.
Yeah, I know. I just because there was 4 sitting there, and I said to the guy, and he says £2 for the lot, and I says okay, and I just picked them up, put them in my bag. So when I got home, I realised there was 2. There was no Donatello, and it was just those. Bummer. I would have been nice to get the set. I've never even seen these figures before, and they're actually
They're
quite-
actually really cool. Yeah, they're not bad at all.
So,
They
but
look like
obviously
they would
you
have
see
been like a McDonald's kind of
it
Possibly.
could have
treat
been,
or a Kinder egg or something like that.
yeah.
Hmm.
But it's just, I mean, you can see the swords are
Yeah,
a wee
too.
bit, I mean, fickly. But it's just a shame I didn't get the full set, so I'll need to keep an eye out for that one. So I picked them up. That was the only toy. And then I picked up Paul Newman.
Nice.
Butch Cassidy, The Hustler, and the Verdict.
Oh wow.
Butch Cassidy, obviously, I've seen multiple times. The Hustler, I've seen,
And
but I haven't seen The Verdict. So that should be fun to see again. Or
I
see for
haven't
the
seen
first
The
time.
Verdict either, but Butch Cassidy and Sundance Kid,
It's superb.
absolutely. I love that
Yep.
one.
Yeah, I really like that one. And the last one is 9-movie box set.
Ooh.
The classic Leading Ladies box set
Oh,
number 1.
that's cool.
It's got Liz Taylor, Carol Lombard, Ava Gardner,
Mhm.
Bette Davis, Shirley Winters, Marilyn Monroe, Joan Fontaine, and another Bette Davis and another Carol Lombard. And some of them, they're not. If you look on IMDb, they're not even in the top 4 of the stars because they were obviously, some of them, they were just starting out. So they start from 1929 to about 1956, these movies.
Wow.
And
That's a nice unique
some of them,
set,
the movies, even the titles, right? You've got Father's Little Dividend is one of the movies. Nothing Sacred, Ghosts on the Loose. But you've obviously got Of Human Bondage. And you're sitting there thinking, obviously the names were a wee bit freer. Behave Yourself, Hometown Story, Bigamist, Hell House, and High Voltage. So I'm sitting there thinking, Of Human Bondage and The Bigamist, it's not what you would class, but they're comedies. So I'm looking forward
I've got
to
a
them.
feeling of human bondage is actually a biblical quote or something like that.
I think it's something like that, but it's basically,
Similar, I think.
I think it's Spencer Tracy in it, so it should be fun.
Mhm.
I know Father Knows Best has got Spencer Tracy in it. Is it Father Knows Best? No, sorry, Father's Little Dividend. It just tells you the main female characters in the top. But I'm looking forward to it. So there's some really good movies in there, some nice, good old classic ones. And I just feel old and classic. So yeah, I'm okay with that. But that was my pick, and that was a charity shop. I didn't go to charity shops today.
That
I
was
just
like a
ended up
yeah.
car boot sale.
That was quite a haul for just a one stop luck
Yeah.
of the draw car boot sale.
Yeah, that's exactly. There was other stuff I refused to pick up. They had the figures, just plastic figures. So you had Thor, Captain Marvel, Loki, and stuff like that. And I just didn't want them because part of it, if I've taken 1 or 2, yes, okay. But they had about 6, and they were selling the 6 as a set for like £1. And I just didn't want the Captain Marvel. So I just refused to know. I don't want that one. So I just never.
I'll have this lot, but you can have this one back.
I was tempted to do it. I'll take that. You can have that. But it was just the idea that it was inexpensive. I could buy it for £1 and just put it up and giving it to somebody later on. And I just thought, I don't even want it in. I don't even want it associated with the stuff. So I just so even though it was cheap and I could have just thrown it in the bin, it wouldn't have been a main thing.
Yeah.
Have you not got an air pistol or something you could use for practice?
I've got a BB gun.
Well, there you go. You should have got it and used for baby practice.
Yeah, I've got my Walther PPK BB gun.
Well, there you go.
Oh, that's cute.
I've got my tux, and I was one of these days. I was going out
BB gun in that shape. I remember BB guns growing up. They were like the full long barrel, little rifle BB gun. We used to shoot it in cans with those.
Well, that's exactly what I was going to do. I was going to dress up, put my tux on one day, and go as Bond to the Comic Con.
I've got a feeling that looks.
I was going to go as Connery, old and grey.
I've got a feeling that looks a little bit big for PPK. Because I've got a feeling a PPK is actually quite a small pistol. But that's A, pedantic.
I'm actually only
B,
I'm only 3'2". I'm actually a lot bigger.
That explains it then.
But yeah, I've got the strap so it can actually sit under the tux.
Nice.
So I've got it. So one of these days, I run out of things to cosplay as. I can just put my tux on and go as Bond. Just walk about with a wee plastic glass with an olive in it.
And a slight lisp. My name's
A
Bond.
slight lisp.
Name's Bond.
Yes, Missy Moneypenny.
I never understood why nobody
Moneypenny.
ever came up with a clever way to reinvent the shoulder holster for your cell phone.
Okay, that is a really good idea.
Actually, there is shoulder holsters for cell phones, or there used to be when the cell phones were larger. They did because they're smaller now, and they're getting larger again. But there used to be, because you look at
Robin
some of
Williams, Peter Pan, 1990. Was it 4?
Him
and Dustin Hoffman.
They've got them under that thing when they pull them out.
Right. Yeah, I could see some. I mean, I'm talking about like leather as a dress piece over your vest, right? Like when you go out to dinner, that's how you wear your. And it's a shoulder holster, and it looks like a shoulder holster. So there's a bit of edgy danger to it. I could see that as being like a really sexy piece of accessory.
It is. I know. I like those shoulder holsters. They're cool.
I saw an anime once where a kid had taken a cowboy boot and turned it into a holster on his hip for his mini iPad. And it was like, it really turned me on. I was like, wow, that's a really, it was like a 6-shooter. And it was his 6-shooter in the show. So.
Wow.
It's just the Japanese. They're so clever with aesthetics.
Yeah, I'm sure I've seen the shoulder holsters. Let's have a quick look, see. Well, what I'll do is I'll turn my camera so you don't see me sticking my tongue out going,
Yeah, I wonder where you get that from, PJ. No wonder you get licked by your dogs.
Aye, they basically practice. That's what it is.
Well, you sure it's not the dogs getting that from him?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure that out now. There might be a Freudian paradox there. The dogs are like, we better lick him, otherwise we'll be in trouble.
I'm saying nothing. Absolutely nothing. You get some weird ones, but I've seen ones like for the motorbike, which
I'm sure the steampunkers have got something.
I've seen ones for the motorbike. It's basically, it straps around your leg like a holster, right? And you could put your phone in, and it basically sits there. So when you're on your motorbike, it's just sitting there quite comfortably. And then you could just get off the bike and walk around, and it's all there. So it's got zips and stuff like that. You can put other stuff, but it's almost like a holster. And I have seen the ones for underneath. It's the same idea, strapped on, similar idea to the gun, but it's only got the wee pocket for the phone. But it's the old flip phone one, so it wasn't that big. Right. It was just something quite small. I haven't seen anything newer. And
the thing is that these days, of course, they do what I do, is have my phone in the pocket, in your pocket.
Well, that's the thing, because they're smaller, get into the pocket.
Right.
Well, I tend to find the phone in the pocket and earpiece, headphones in, of course.
Right, that would be where you'd put the extra barrel on the opposite side of the shoulder holster. You would put your earbud recharger, and then you just take your shoulder holster off and hook it and plug the whole thing into the wall.
Yeah,
that would be perfect.
You've got stuff like this. Hold on, see if I can show it. My mouse is playing silly buggers again today.
That mouse, I swear. Just put ears on it and call it a day.
So
stick a cat on it.
That.
Oh, okay. Why do they always have to make them like a fanny pack? God, chinkies. So don't they know how to make anything sexy?
That's basically the bit with the strap there, but you can see it better there, where it's also got the phone part there, but phone part could sit down.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, you can't. There's ones like that, but I've seen ones where it's got the shoulder strap there and there, and this part just sits underneath there. So it does. So
I could do that for when I'm cycling. Can you send me the link, PJ?
It's just basically I just did the strap thing, so I'll dig it out.
The only thing I would say with that is it's unlike a shoulder holster. It's not designed to hide.
It's
Right.
not. I know.
Okay. The shoulder holster is designed to be covert, which is why you tend to have your jacket either loose or you'd have a specially cut jacket for it.
Right. Yeah,
Because
that's
the
what I
idea
liked
is
about
it's-
it.
Yeah.
The idea is that it's actually covert. It doesn't it doesn't
Yeah,
change the lines of your
But
jacket.
the one I had seen was it's just got the bits for your arms to go through, and it's got the strap at the back, and then a
Right.
single strap which
Yeah.
clips onto
Yeah.
your belt.
Yeah.
And that's it. So it's nothing heavy, fancy.
Standard.
So
Yeah.
it just sits underneath.
Right.
And but you think about it, if somebody's wearing a jacket over the top of that, then most of them have got a jacket with an inside pocket. So
Yeah.
it's why a lot of them don't
Yeah.
use them
I
anymore.
mean, the thing
Right.
is where if it sits around that way, if it sits under your arm, yeah. But as you say, if it sits in your chest, it's going to sit almost exactly where if you're right-handed, that's where your wallet pocket's going to be anyway.
Yeah.
Right.
So that's why I think they're not as thingy. But there used to be one for the bikes. It's, as I said, it goes round like a holster and it sits on your leg, so you could just come off the bike and it's got the straps and it's got pockets. And then when you're sitting in your bike, it sits there. They've got the zip so things don't fall out, and that's quite handy because I used to use it for when I was on my motorbike, but that was a good wee while ago. If I dig that link out, I'll send it to you. That's probably better for your bike. But it makes I did get told it makes you look like a toss pot because you're floating about with this. Basically, this thing strapped to your leg and it's like a gun thing, mate, in Britain. It's noticed. You want to jump off your bike and you've got this thing and you're like, look at that, Diddy.
Yeah, the shoulder holster idea just tickled me.
Button, didn't
I? Imagine showing up at a nightclub. I could see the hip hop scene really digging it and putting on a shoulder holster underneath their jacket and getting frisked at the door, and the guy being like, "What the hell?" And it's a cell phone, just for a lark, you know?
Yep.
Yeah, I could do with that when I'm like cycling in the summer and that, because the thing is, I always wear like jeans and shorts, and I haven't got so many pockets. And I haven't got so many from the bag, so that would do.
I've sent the link in Discord.
Cheers
Anyway.
for that, PJ. Thank you very much.
Yeah. But, well, that was my collection that I got today, so I was quite happy. A comic, a couple of turtles, one short.
I've just reorganised my glass casing at the back, so I've got more room for Daleks.
No, but I did actually pick up something else.
Oh, what's it got?
Which was this. Basically, 20 meters LEDs, flashing LEDs, 20 meters.
Oh, is that the
normally for like 10 meters of these are about 15, 20 quid. I got 20 meters with all the setup, and I've tested them for £8 in the Cadbury.
Those are pretty amazing. You have the how many colors will it display? How many different colors?
4. So it's got red, green, blue, and white as the 4 standard colors.
Right, but you can mix those. There's programs out there where they can be mixed.
Yeah, that's it's got the remote control to mix them automatically.
Yeah, yeah, there you go. Nice.
So basically, it flashes on and off. So it's actually not too bad considering it cost me £8. So when I do my man cave up and reorganize, the lighting's going to be set up for it.
Nice.
That's
so you can do seasonal mood lighting.
That's assuming I can actually afford the electricity for it nowadays.
LEDs are really, really cheap, man.
I know. But the amount I want them all over. But yeah, once I do the man cave up, which is November, so beginning of November, so I'm away for the Friday, from the Friday to the Sunday, and so I'll not be on the Saturday because I'll not be here. I'm here the whole week, but my man cave's getting taken apart and put together, so I'll probably miss the Wednesday, and I'm away the next weekend with my grandson. So that whole weekend, that whole week, 2 weekends, I'm not going to be available. So Jim, you're going to be it again.
Uh-oh.
Dun, dun, dun.
You better eat your Wheaties, Jim.
Yeah.
And I'll be back in the 15th, just in time for joining Alex, the Prisoners one.
Christmas.
Prisoner.
Oh, the 5th of November.
Yeah, prisoner.
Yeah, that's what he
Yeah,
said.
I thought he said Christmas.
No, I said
Bloody year.
I thought I was sitting there thinking,
What?
did you
Never
do
mind.
Prisoner? I thought you said Christmas. But that's it there. So I'm looking forward to that as well. So that should be fun.
Oh yes, we're gonna have fun. Okay.
Mind you, I'm looking forward to Wednesday, 1933
Beetlejuice.
King Kong.
Yes. Oh, King Kong, yeah. When are we doing
Beetlejuice?
Beetlejuice?
Beetlejuice is
Beetlejuice the week after. Okay,
it's the weekend of
that's
the
fine.
Wednesday
I'd give me more time to rewatch it.
Yeah, because it's
I've seen it in ages.
Because it's near Halloween. That's the one that's the nearest to Halloween that Wednesday, the 29th, I think. That Wednesday is the 29th. So that's why we're doing Beetlejuice then. But it's King Kong, 1933 King Kong. Love that movie.
I love that movie because of the memories. Yeah, the memories I have watching that with my dad every single year. That was like one of our things, as a family. And I cry every single time. And I'm like at the stage, it's Mighty Joe Young is not as difficult to watch because he goes back. Mm-hmm. He goes back, I think, doesn't he?
Yes.
But I can't deal with Kong now because it's probably like a mixture of like I miss my dad now when it's on, and also it's just way too sad in the end, and I want to basically like kill all the humans because they're such assholes.
Yeah. See, the thing is, I loved it, and the thing, it's my mum. Me and my dad used to watch all the old classic horrors and stuff like that, but my mum, even she would tell two stories. One, I used to cry when Kong died. Spoilers, Kong dies in it. 1933, if you've not seen it, it's not my fault. But she used to tell everyone, and I would say, Mum, I'm 35, going to stop telling people that happened when I was 5. And the other one was, I used to be terrified of the Daleks. I don't know why he's a big Doctor Who fan, because he used to be terrified of the Daleks. He wouldn't go to play because
you never actually grow up in their minds. It's like it's a thing. Yeah, you never actually.
And I had to tell her, going to stop telling people that I'm in my late 30s, going to stop telling them I used to do this when I was 5. It was worse when I used to go to family gatherings. They would say,
yeah, it's a mother thing.
Is that you? I've no seen you since you were a bit. I used to change your nap. I'm fucking 40. Going to stop telling people that.
There's the Monty Python sketch where John Cleese is there and is at a family do or something. His mum's old, obviously, because he's grown up. They're talking to him like, isn't he cute? Little kid. And says, for God's sake, mother, I'm 49 years old and a minister for overseas development. Because as you said, parents, you're always a kid in your parents' eyes.
Yeah, it's like the guy going, I'm not going to school, Mum. I hate school and everybody hates me. She says, I don't care. You're going to school. You're the principal.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's basically, but no, it was, I like it because I just remember my mum constantly telling everybody I used to cry. So every time I watch it, that's the memory. So I've got a happier memory, obviously, because my mum used to take the mickey out of me. So every time I watch it, I remember that. And as I understand, because there's certain movies, like I can't watch Times Team because me and my dad used to sit and watch it. Because every time I watch it, it's more difficult because of that. Whereas Kong, because my mum used to slag me, it's a happier memory. So I'm okay watching it. But I know I can understand that. So.
Yeah. And now I know exactly what clip to play at the end of King Kong, and that is the one from The Bride, where Bill says, "This is me. No, this is me at my most masochistic."
If you look on my channel, I've got a few Kong clips up because I watched it a wee while ago again. I watch it at least once a year. I always do. It's usually around about my mum or dad's birthday. I watch it.
Anyway, guys, I am going to go, and I'll catch you some point next week.
Definitely. Okay. Remember, we're on Wednesday if you can make it. Otherwise, give us a shout.
I will do. But anyway, everyone have a great weekend. And
Take care, Alex.
hopefully see you next weekend. Take care. Bye-bye.
See you.
Bye.
Yep. So, and I'm actually looking forward. This has been a fun weekend. Car boot sale today, obviously here tonight, and tomorrow my grandson's coming over to visit. Coming over here, so I'm trying to get a picture. You like this? This will be all yours when you grow up.
Yeah,
What do you
need
mean you hate
to
it?
need to share some photos, PJ.
Yeah, I'll basically go, yeah, this will be all yours one day. What do you mean you hate it? You're too young to talk. He hates this. He hates this. He grabs my beard and goes,
Ew.
I think it's just too jaggy, even though I basically I've got moisturizer and oils and stuff like that. It's just obviously just because he grabs it and goes as if to say, ugh. But I ain't getting rid of it. As my wife says, she says it's one of the only things I'll not do for because all my videos, all my computers, my phone, my iPad, every picture of everybody else, my mum and dad, my wife, even the dogs are all being scrubbed. They're no longer on any of the screens or anything. It's all my grandson. And the only thing I'll not get rid of is this because my wife likes also it hides my face. So
have you sat him down to watch Fifth Element yet?
Them will be his first movie. He'll sit with me. No, we'll actually watch Still Game. That'll be the first one. See those two?
Excellent.
Jack
yes.
Victor. Jack
yes. Definitely.
I'll be the old boy.
And then
there's Isa. She can be Isa, and that's Bobby. And the two dogs. I mean, that's Methadone Mick. And that's Winston. So everybody will be named.
Oh, you know what, PJ? I have to say this. We were in Morrison's earlier this morning, and you know those, the Still Game episode where they get trapped in the big department store, and they have to lock Tam up in one of those metal cages. We passed one of those, and it was empty. And I said to Darren, I said, the minute I see one of those now, I think about Tam being locked up.
See, the thing is, I used to work in a long time ago. I used to work in Fine Fair. Fine Fair is no longer around. It's one of the supermarkets that have been. Fine Fair was bought by. It was Sainsbury's. Was it Sainsbury's? It got brought Summerfields. It got bought by Summerfields, and Summerfields have been bought by someone else, and then they've been bought by someone else. So you're talking about when I was just left school. I worked in Fine Fair, and those cages is what we would load up to bring onto the floor to stack all the shelves. And every time I see that, I just remember we used to do that when we were stacking the shelves. Somebody would be standing in it, and somebody would be running behind and running up and down because we would do it at overnight. So there was no customers in, no managers in, and we would have races up and down the aisles. Somebody standing in the cage and somebody pushing it. So every time I see that Still Game episode, I remember that. So fun times. And no, nobody crashed, honest. Not once. But Still Game, I basically... Yeah, I love Still Game. And the four guys from Still Game were at the Comic-Con last week. I only saw Naveed. So Isa was there, Bobby was there, Winston was there, and Naveed was there. And
I would have loved that.
Every time I went past, they were on a break. So the only one I saw was they weren't playing Naveed. I was going to, because I was only there from I got in about 1 o'clock. So from 1 until 4, I was only there and I was going around all the time. So didn't get too much time to see everything. So
yeah,
it's just unfortunate. But
cheers, Jacob.
Take care, Jacob.
Bye, and thank you for joining us. But it's just one of those things. So, been watching anything else this week? I'm still watching, believe it or not, I'm still watching Third Rock from the Sun.
Oh, that's such
I'm
a
on
fun
season 3.
series.
I'm on season 3. I've just started season 3.
That is such a fun series. Yeah.
I've just
I
finished season 2, but I'm just about to start season 3.
I used to cry laughing at that. That is so funny.
I used to initially see when I first watched it, I thought it's actually okay, but see, the more you watch it, you realise the stupidity of
John Lithgow, and the actress that plays
Sally.
Oh my God,
She
she's
is
so
just
funny.
she just basically, you've got this tall model, and she basically
Like a
doesn't
bloke.
act like a woman, or doesn't know how to act like a woman. I know, look at the state of me, and you see the other ones, yeah.
Oh God, they're so. I know they are
It's
funny.
the things that,
Like
we take for granted because we grew up in the culture, but it is one of those things. It's like you talked about 30 years ago when global travel wasn't as prevalent. You would go to Australia and we could sit there going, and people are going, go and ask them for sellotape.
Yes.
What? Go and ask them for sellotape. Sellotape over there was, the brand name was Durex. Obviously, nowadays people are aware of things and like that, but it was one of those things like, just tell him he's got a big ass, and well, that's a different, different things. But it's the fact that we take things for granted. Like, for instance, if the old sayings, like, if you're going to get a scalp, I'll take my hand off the back of your neck. Well, that actually makes no sense, but we knew it was a slap. But my parents would say, I'll take my hand off the back of your neck. We knew we were getting a slap if we didn't behave ourselves. But if you look at what was said, it makes no sense. It's whoop, means nothing.
Did you see Jasper Carrot? Many years ago.
Yeah, Carrot Confidential. I've got one of his DVDs.
He had. I've got some of his. I've got some of his somewhere. I've got tapes.
It's the smile.
Yeah.
I'll make you smile on the other side of your face.
No, he does. Oh, he does one where he's in the States and he sees someone goes past, and of course the registration is
the insurance claims. It's the
no. This is not. He goes past, and the registration is BOLLOX. Right now, Carrot, being a comedian, laughs and the rest of it, and it's the ladies with doesn't actually understand what he's talking about. So Carrot, off the top of his head, says, "Oh, it's slang for zits," which of course for British, they don't know, it is spots, especially the sort of spots you get as kids, and you know. And it gets better because he goes ahead and he says she's coming over next week. And she's got spots on the forehead. You can imagine her going into a comment and saying, "Have you got some cream for these bollocks here?"
No, I thought you were going to say the one that he used to do.
The insurance claims, yeah, they were bloody.
The insurance claim things like, I reversed out my my drive and reversed into a tree that wasn't there.
I know. I drove into the wrong house and hit a tree that I haven't got. Yeah.
Things like that. So yeah,
that's really.
As you think about the language we grew up with, and it means different things. It's like I was saying to one of the guys at the Comic-Con. He was up from England, and he says, "You got a different accent from a lot of the people here." I says, "I'm from the Glasgow area. This was in Edinburgh." He says, "The accent's different." I says, "We're all different." I says, "See if you come over for lunch, over to my house at lunchtime. My mum would have says, do you want some tea?" I says, "If you go to an Edinburgh person's, this is an old joke. I can't tell you if it's true or not, but it's all to do with sayings. You go to someone in Edinburgh's house at lunchtime, they'll say, 'You've had your tea.' So it's implying that we're not going to feed you because you are going to make you a cup of tea because you've already had it. Whereas ours is, it's a case of, do you want a tea?"
Yeah.
It's basically, the two of them mean the same thing, but it's just the wording. It's just how it's phrased. You've had your tea. No. "Oh, do you want some?" It's just a different thing. But it's all to do with language, and that's why I love the Big Bang Theory, because people will say something to them, and we'll go, and then they'll do something so crazy because they're taking it literally. I've started liking it a lot more. It reminds me of my dad. He used to love Mork and Mindy because he would knock himself at some of the stuff that Robin Williams would say. It's better than wonderful. It's tutorful. And I would be sitting there going, that doesn't really make sense. And my dad would be pissing himself laughing. It's better than wonderful. It's tutorful. So he's taken it to the next stage. And Robin Williams was just so clever with it because you just assumed because he would do the silly things, let's sit with his head in the seat and stuff like that. It was smarter than it actually was because people assumed it was just silly humour. But it wasn't. And I think this is the third Doctor from the Sun. The second and third time I watched it, it gets better because I understand it more each time. So I'm enjoying it, I must admit.
It's definitely unique, a unique humor perhaps. And I just remember loving it. I just loved the sideways madness of it. The way some of the humor is in it.
Yeah.
On that note, I'm going to have to say goodnight.
Gwen, thank you for joining us, and I'll catch you next week. And have fun.
Yeah. Yes,
have a good night, Gwen.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Ta-da.
So, what's the plans for this week, guys?
It's Saturday, right?
Just about still.
Oh, I've got a mixtape Monday on Monday. So there's that. And then what are we doing? We're doing King Kong on Wednesday and then Thursday with Roman if things are clear in that neck of the woods.
That's 1 a.m. and Friday morning, or it is 12
noon.
12 noon PST.
Yep.
And Thursday.
Yeah.
I thought it was 5 p.m. rather than 12.
It's 5 p.m. on Monday and Thursday.
All right. That's what it is, but it ends up it's 1 a.m. in the morning Fridays.
Right.
Or Tuesday. So yeah, we're always in our bed sleeping away. But we're also trying to get ready for it's not Dungeons and Dragons, it's Castles and Crusades.
Yeah.
And still got to read that up because that'll hopefully be starting in the beginning of the year. So we're hoping to do that shortly. So I need to get reading it again because I've obviously played Dungeons and Dragons, GURPS and bits and bobs. But it was at least 2 years since Dungeons and Dragons, but I'm familiar with that a lot more because it's the most recent one I've played.
Yeah,
I'll need to read.
I've been watching. There's a YouTube channel called Ox Plus. They do games reviews and this sort of thing, but they've now opened. They've actually got their own. They've been doing a Dungeons and Dragons game for about the last 4 years called Ox Venture, and they've actually now got it on their own, on a channel of their own. And so I've been watching those on and off. The new one they come out on a Friday night.
Yeah.
So I've been watching those ones. They're quite good.
Because I used to watch the what were they called? Critical Role. I watched the first season. I didn't watch the second. I started watching the second season, but it was typical. It just got too wordy. It became less about Dungeons and Dragons, about the character interaction because they were all voice actors. So and it got thingy. But I'm still subscribed to a few, and I do sit and watch them. But I'll need to actually get into watching. I have watched a few for Castles and Crusades. But it depends on the channel because a lot of the channels, some of the channels, they go into the interaction with the players rather than the gaming side of it. So
yeah, I managed to acquire the Castles and Crusades books and the rest of it as ebooks. I've got those. I think Castles and Crusades is about the only thing I can think of that Seth Skokowski doesn't cover. He's very good. He does a lot of Call of Cthulhu and Traveller stuff, but he does D&D as well, I think. But he's very good because he reviews. He's great because you've not seen him. He does these, but not only does he review the adventures, but he also has other characters that he himself plays as either members of his group or he's got an NPC player, which was like, which is comes up as the play from a gate player's side as well, which is very very good if you watch it.
I'll definitely need to check it out because we need to get. I need to get, as I said, I need to actually reread it. It's just I've actually finished listening to it. It's not reading. My superpowers. There was 4 books, and now I've restarted the Morningwood one. I was going to listen to Corpies, but because I'm in my car all the time, and I've just done 5 books, and the final book, 4 books, and the final book was a 60-hour long book.
Wow.
Exactly. So that was the final of the 4, was 60 hours. I thought I'll give Corpies a rest because I'll go on to, because there's in book 7 of the Morningwood. Everybody Loves Large Chests is the series of books. It's a bit of money.
Unfortunately, I had those, and I got stuck because when my Kindle died, completely died, I put stuff on it. I can't remember what was on a lot on it, and I can't remember where I was. So I've got the Bobbyverse on there, but of course, because it's newly loaded, Bobbyverse 3, it's newly loaded onto the Kindle, it doesn't know where I was.
Yeah, it's always the case. That's always the worst part.
How far down I got?
See, I'm okay because I've got them on Audible, and I could listen to them on my phone, switch them off, finish, listen a bit more on my Alexa.
Yeah, you got it all tied up.
Off, and then I could go online onto it and then finish it off from there, so it remembers where I am. And
Well, I mean, the problem is because it's it was a new, no, second hand, but it was a different device. You know, I mean, it hadn't done the update. Yeah, it did. Well, not so much that it did. No, because my Kindle. I mean, I don't do that. I don't do all this flash stuff online. I just put the stuff on the Kindle. It's on. It's in my library.
See, I download it from here. I download it to this, and if I'm listening, as soon as I stop it, if I'm under Wi-Fi, it just updates online. Yeah. I don't. But then I only ever listen to anything on the phone, so I don't need to do that. You know, if I'm listening to stuff, I mean, I've got the phone on a stand now. Sometimes I'm doing something else. I'll listen to something on the phone. Usually videos, I must admit, more than audiobooks, because audiobooks, I just downloaded an audiobook reader because they don't always work that well. Some ones don't, I must admit. I use the Audible one for all the Audible, but if I want to listen to my own ones that I've got from a CD and I've ripped off or whatever, I don't. I use them. I put them through as if they're music, because the default iPhone audiobook reader actually, if you've got track 1, track 2, track 3, if you've got them as multiple CDs, it puts all track 1, all track 2, all track 3, all track 4. It can't distinguish it. Whereas at least if you put it into the music player, you can say play CD 1. Yeah. And then I had that, and what I do is I don't like having the book as one long file. So I've got exactly. I've got 2 or 3 programs. I've got what I've got is which that one? That is I've got one which basically breaks down what do they call it? An M4 A or B into chapters, which normally the annoying thing is every so often with some of those ones, the last one doesn't go over it. It brings the list down, and the last one is length 0, and so you have to do that. But I've also got an audio. I've also got an audio thing, so I can just work out. Fortunately, you can normally tell where the chapters are. Yeah, I'll break those down, and I've also got an MP3, a tag thing, so I can do. So I can actually change all the tags. So I can change the titles. So normally, at least it's chapter, it's book, chapter, whatever. Yeah. So normally that usually does it out, and it will let me read it from that particular folder as well. Because I find it with chapters, and at least if you can't break it up into chapters, it's just the ones I've got. I just rip them and then I put them in as music, because I find my music player works it. Mate, you see, I actually did pick up more DVDs, but it was a set. Histories Mysteries.
Oh,
You know what I mean? Look, that's them there. Basically, Bigfoot and other monsters.
oh, weird that they've just done a couple of videos of those on the Lotus Eaters.
Yeah, I heard the
yeah.
the enduring mystery of Stonehenge.
Ah,
Hoax of the ages. Piltdown Man.
ah.
Jack
A
the Ripper.
legend.
The Real Dracula. And the
Cool.
Loch Ness Monster.
We were talking about Dracula last night. Ms. Martin Muses was doing a stream on. She did the original Dracula movie. She did the first Christopher Lee one and the Francis Ford Coppola one.
The original classic, the original Nosferatu.
No, the 1933. Potato Heaven, the 1930. The Bela Lugosi one, the original Dracula.
Oh, that's another thing. See in this one here. In this box set. Oh, I don't know if that kicked me off, but it didn't. I dropped that. This box set. One of the movies, and I'm sure it is Hell's House. I'm not entirely sure. It is. Or is it Hell's House? But Bela Lugosi's in one of these movies.
Right.
And I'm trying to remember what one it is. Just when I was actually going through it, I noticed Bela Lugosi was actually in it.
Well, so because Carrie Elwes was in the Coppola movie, I come out with my usual weird one. I said for the Bela Lugosi one, unlike other Draculas, I speak with an East European accent because Bela Lugosi was actually Transylvanian. In fact, I think he was actually from the area. So he
was meant to be from Transylvania.
Yeah, he really did speak with Dracula proper, you know. But Wendy would have liked. In fact, I should have mentioned that. If I thought about it, that Wendy, because she might have enjoyed that because being a horror movie buff, she and Mr. Hyde.
Hello, Potato.
What's up, Potato? Yeah, I was on a stream with him just this past Friday.
And Grand Moff, thank you for joining us. Been fun.
Good night, Miranda. Oh, by the way, Miranda,
oh, night.
Thank you very much. Thanks to you, I've now gone down a rabbit hole and I really don't want to know how many ebooks I've actually been digging out. Thank you very much. Started with V and it started with V and then went Alien Nation and went on from there.
Yeah, that's the worst part when that happens. I do that, but it's usually with DVDs or videos. As soon as somebody mentions something and say, "Oh, that would be good," I start digging into it. It's usually there's charity shops are a big thing, but sometimes if I can't find them, then I'll go onto eBay or I'll go onto some of the DVD sites that I know are nice and cheap, and it's just
I'm worse for that. I said, I mean, unfortunately, thank you very much, Roman. He then sent me down the rabbit hole of I've now been looking for the Green Lantern comics, DC Comics, Wonder Woman. Yes, thank you so much. Yes, thank you so very much.
See, there's nothing worse than that because, do you know what I noticed? I was in the shop today. I was only just getting in to get a paper, and there was a Commando. There was a few Commando comics. I thought, oh, they're still doing the Commandos because every time I see the Commandos, it's usually the old ones. It says like 27 pence on the cover, or and stuff like that.
3 and 6.
Stuff like that. So I've got a few are really old. It's like a penny or tuppence. But other ones are like 27p and stuff like that. Some of them I've got, it says £1. I don't think it goes above 75p. But even a lot of the places sell them for £1 each. And I thought, that's not too bad. And I saw them. I thought, oh, I wonder how much they are. £2.50 for one. And I went, nope, I'll just stick to the old ones. Thank you very much.
You saying that I again, I was looking for some of those and I was sort of on the sort of ship that, shall we say, I was visiting Tortuga on the sort of ship that that Jim has behind him. But unfortunately, I got a load of them, and one of them was a load of Commandos, and it wouldn't fucking download. It's one of these things that really irritates me. We get these things that are very slow or just never download, nothing downloaded.
It's the thing is with the seeds. Sometimes they've got seeds. Some they'll put them up, and then once they've uploaded them and a number of people have downloaded them, they stop seeding them, and then nobody else is. It's a pain.
Yeah,
So
it's annoying that because they've got.
The thing is, it's just the fact is, I can get 3 or 4 old ones, and they're hard to get, and they're £1 each, or I can get a brand new one. It's £2.50. Yeah, I went to the Comic-Con and I got one. It was 3 stories in each, and they were they were selling them for £2 each or 4 for a £5.
Somewhere, I'm sure I've got what would you get, a trade pack one, a big thing. It's about 3 inches thick.
Yeah.
And I've no idea what I've done with that.
But I've got some of them on there. It's 3 stories in it, and 4 of them at the Comic-Con were 4 books for a £5. So I picked up 4, so it's 3 stories in each. Yeah, 2 comics would cost the same amount as the equivalent of 12 comics. And I'm sitting there thinking, they were new out. It's not as if they were basically old stuff. This is stuff that people are selling and they're new. But why the hell suddenly the prices go? It is. It's the same as I went in to get. I was going to pick up a comic because I would be traveling, so I picked up I was going to pick up a couple of comics, and I went in to buy the new ones, and then they were like £5 each. I'm saying, I just went down to the charity shop and picked up a load for a £5 for a pile of them.
I mean, I look back on when I used to get things like SFX, and about $2.99. I mean, I was watching. It was either Down on the Spacebook or the Rabbi, or possibly both. Saying that when we there, excellent. He just gone offline. No, sorry. I just realised he's back in chat. That there's a special for the upcoming one that no one's actually going to watch apart from the last 5 minutes, and apparently it's $10.99. And I thought, sorry, $10.99, is that what you're going to pay me to buy something with Jodie's picture? But apparently, to be fair, it does also have a pull-out X or something, 28 page, but it's ridiculously expensive. I mean, I'm not kidding. I've got paperback books in my spare bedroom on my bookshelves, which have got a price which is in shillings and pence and new pence, and you're talking 75p. You know, for a book which is what is 15 bob. Yeah, 15 shillings.
15 bob. Five bob is
it's three quarters of a pound, so that'll be 15 out of 20. So yeah, 15 shillings as it was. But yeah, I mean, God knows what paperbacks are nowadays.
It depends. You talked about 3. You could get them for as little as about £4 or £5, £3.99, £4.99, depending on the book. But most of them are usually about £8.99 to £12.99.
Well, I remember back when I used to. I mean, it's got to be a good 20 years ago plus now. I used to go up every so often. I'd go up to Oxford Street and Forbidden Planet, and there's another shop I can't remember the name of, just down Tottenham Court Road. Probably not there anymore. But I said this was 20 years ago. Excuse me. And I used to reckon, because I used to prefer American books, because I always thought the Americans always had the embossed covers. I thought I always like to buy the American covers. I always thought look better, but usually Bane, to be fair, because I'm a big one. But I used to reckon £1 a page was no, hold on, a penny a page, roughly, plus £1. So you get a 300-page book would be sort of $3.99. I mean, because I think that's roughly what the sort of pages,
But it's the same idea. Like, you look at I started switching to audiobooks a few years back because getting old and I can't be bothered. I've got so much other things I want to do, so it's easier listening to the audiobooks in the car when I'm doing nothing else. Whereas if I'm at home, I've got a couple of comics, but mostly I like watching movies. And yes, my collection of movies and TV shows, I've got over 1,500 DVDs, which is why I need to actually buy more shelving units because I've got more. I'm running out of space. But and I do watch them all eventually. Yeah, they're on a list and the pile sits there and I watch. But I do that. So I stopped reading books at home because I used to sit. I would get a book, especially the Wheel of Time. Anytime I got a new Wheel of Time, I would sit and read it, and I would be reading till like 1, 2 in the morning, going to sleep, waking up, going to work, sitting in work at lunchtime, reading the book. As soon as I got home, book out again until it was finished. So it would take me 2 or 3 days. However, I don't have that same time anymore. But the audiobooks, obviously, I'm on I pay £8 a month and I get a book a month. So it doesn't matter if it's a big book or a small book. I just get a credit and I can spend the credit. If I was wanting to purchase some of the books where they could be £4 or they could be 14 or they could be £24, depending on the size, what's included in it. Usually the longer the books, the more expensive they are.
Yeah.
However, I had the Wheel of Time. I've got the Wheel of Time audiobooks, not from Audible because I had bought them. So they're ripped onto my machine. However, Audible's now got them, or have got re-released them since the Wheel of Time TV show. And the books, the first book, I only looked at the first book. It's 3 hours longer, and it is read by Rosamund Pike, who played Moiraine. And I'm sitting there thinking, have they changed that story? Or is she just such a slow reader? It's added 2 extra hours.
Have they added
55 minutes.
Have they added extra bits to it, which you don't know
to justify to tie it into the TV show? And the first thing I thought is, if I had on that, I would just actually delete it from my library.
Well,
they would change it to whatever's on their library now, because you can't purchase the older one with the.
I mean, the thing is, you get with it depends. I think in some ways, but I recently got listened to Anderson Studios. I think through Big Finish, they released some audios of some old Century 21 annuals, that sort of thing, Captain Scott, and I was listening to those, and after that they've actually they normally have interviews or behind the scenes chats, and so that obviously extends the length of the things. So I wonder if maybe they've got something like that on these books, if they've got
it could be, I suppose, but most of the books, the problem is I don't want to even actually try. Yes, I get it, flick through it, go to the last chapters, and then just basically turn it back in because I've not listened to it all and turn it back in. But I don't want, because I don't want to even waste time looking at it. Because I gave all my books away except my first 5 paperbacks. I gave them all to the charity shop. The books I kept was the first 5 books plus the compendium and my trading card game. But they're all put away. They're not even on my shelves. They're in a box out the way. Because I don't, anytime I want to listen, so if I want to listen to the books, every time I put them on, even if it's the original guy who's reading them, or usually it's a male and a female, so they usually change depending who's reading them. All I can hear is the characters from that TV show's voices, and it ruins the books.
Yeah.
And I used to laugh because anybody says, "Oh, I've watched that, The Timeless Child, and it ruined Doctor Who for me. I can't even look at it." I thought, yeah, I can understand it maybe ruined this part onwards, or this Doctor onwards, how can it ruin old ones? Until the Wheel of Time hit, and then it affected me the exact same way. I can't listen to the books that I loved and grew up loving.
I think you've got two things happening there, because the thing with the Timeless Child is it was very deliberately designed.
Yes.
To upset everything. I mean, she said to think of, what you can do. I mean, your idea, the way with the Wheel of Time, is what you said before, is you simply treat this as a different turn of the wheel.
Yes, but unfortunately, because they used the names of the characters, that's the part that my head just every time.
I know what you're saying.
Talking, my head just hears them or sees them, and I think, if they had completely changed it and said, as I said, one of my friends has actually watched it. He enjoys it, and now he's starting to read the books, and then he's realizing the books are different, so he's taking the two of them as different. He says that's fine, because the problem is I've already got all that knowledge and about the books and all that, and as soon as I saw that, it craps all over it. So if you've watched that, then you're going to the books, then you can separate them.
Yeah,
but that's the problem. It's already ruined it for me because of that.
The only one of those that I have a similar reaction to, I think, is Starship Troopers. Because I've read the book so many times, and it's probably my.
Well, the book is completely different, and
it's so thoroughly different. In fact, fortunately, it is that different that I can actually
separate. See, the thing is, see if the Wheel of Time was that different, but it was good. I don't know if I would have had the same issue. It's because it was so disturbingly bad that it put me off, because I can't associate one without actually picturing the other. Whereas if the other one was good, like Starship Troopers, I like the book, but I think the movie's great as well, because it's a completely different story. It's the same as The Thing from Another Planet and John Carter's The Thing. To me, they're different, but one being good doesn't stop the other one being good. It's the same as reading Judge Dredd comic books, watching the Sylvester Stallone and enjoying wee bits and pieces of it, then watching the Carol Urban one and enjoying bigger bits and pieces, but there's some parts that I still dislike in it, because they're good movies. Sylvester Stallone is not as good, but there's good points in it. It doesn't put me off the Judge Dredd comics I've grew up with and read and still read. That's the thing. It's so. I think it's because it's so. If the Sylvester Stallone movie was a lot worse than it could have been, I think it would have been one of those ones you go, oh, But because it's all kept the comic book side, there was like the Mean Machine, there was the ABC Warrior, there was Hershey, there was Angel Gang. There was good wee bits in it. Rod Steiger and Mega City 1 was freaking amazing. Whereas in the Carol Urban one, this Mega City just looked mediocre crap.
It was.
So if you could take Mega City from Sylvester Stallone's and put Carol Urban in that would
another load. I'm actually reading the early years for Judge Anderson at the moment.
I see. I'm not a big fan of Judge Anderson, but I've got year 1, year 2 of Dredd. So
I've got both of those, and it's year 1 I'm doing, because I found them. They were actually also. I didn't realize at the time I started getting individual short novellas, and I was actually no, that's actually year 1 is I see, right, okay, got that one. I got couple of ABC Warriors. I've got Rogue, which is about 4 Rogue. I thought the only one I can't find the VCs anywhere. I cannot find any VCs.
The VCs, see, try to get a hold of the VCs. There's no compendiums, whatever. I've got 8 or 9 of the Judge Dredd compendiums, and I've got Road. Got ABC. Well, I've got one ABC Warriors. I like Hammerstein. The rest of the ABC Warriors, I could take or leave, apart from Mongo. Mongo's a fun robot. But Hammerstein I was always my favourite, and even Rojo's was okay. But I've always wanted to do a cosplay of Hammerstein. I've always wanted that. I've seen a couple of people built a costume that freaking looks amazing. However, Rogue Trooper, I love, and Johnny Alpha, I love. So Strontium Dog, I've got a few of them. But yeah, these I just cannot find. I've not seen it. I've not come across any, even in the older comics with the VCs in it.
I do. Fortunately, I have again the old ones. I did again find a load of the old 2000 ADs PDFs or CBRs and the rest of it.
I've got literally most of them. I think I've got up to probably about 3 years ago.
I mean, because I had them. I didn't. You know what you mean? God,
I got them all on Tortuga, so I did.
Yeah, well. I mean, these are take up no space whatsoever because they're on hard drive.
Yeah, exactly. So mine are on mine, so basically they're sitting there. But it's the same idea. But I would love to get hold of some of the compendium for the VCs. That they were just fun stories.
Yeah. Because someone else mentioned when we were talking about them a while ago, and I've not got. It's like I can't find any of those anywhere. Because there's other ones that I either wasn't interested in or I don't remember. Halo Jones, for example.
I hated Halo Jones. Everybody thought Halo Jones was great, and I just Sam Slade. I thought Sam Slade was okay. If I missed it, I didn't care. The only one I liked about Sam Slade was the boss who'd been rejuvenated to a baby, and the fact that the baby's stoning about with a cigar. Got the nurses carrying him around because she liked the big boobies and stuff like that. I liked that aspect of it. But Sam Slade, I could have taken her leaving. And the same as Halo Jones, didn't like. I used to love the Future Shocks. Loved that. Yeah, I mean,
some of those were really, really clever.
Some of them are really good. Yeah. But it's one of those things. It's the same as I'm trying to even think of the other ones. I didn't like Nemesis.
Nemesis the Warlock was old.
I just didn't like it, and I didn't like Slain.
Again, I think Nemesis and Torquemada, Slain again, I think came in after I stopped reading it.
I didn't really like those ones. It just, to me, the Nemesis and Torquemada is basically, to me, I could have been playing Warhammer 40,000. And that, so there was nothing special about it. It was just Warhammer 40,000 had almost identical, similar idea. The only difference is Nemesis looked evil, but he was the one that was fighting against this 40,000. Warhammer 40,000. Imperium.
I'm trying to think because the dinosaurs ones were okay, and then they decided.
Flesh! I love Flesh. The early stuff.
Then they bring it back, and they bring Satana back, and no, some of these were.
I did enjoy Flesh when it first came out because that was the early on stuff.
Yeah,
and the idea of it was the cowboys going back, and that's why the dinosaurs went extinct because they were farmed to extinction.
yeah.
I thought that was quite a premise with old One Eye.
That's it, yeah.
But I mean, certain ones were really good.
It was One Eye's son or something, wasn't it? They were some really clever ideas.
Yeah, they did.
I actually quite enjoyed the Dan Dare, although it was very different from the.
I loved Dan Dare. The Mekon was just super duper. And there was also there was the one with there was a crew and the guy had the gun melded to his hand. It was a crew. There was a few of them, and he was just one of them, and he had it melded to his hand. So when he got captured, they had to make sure his gun was empty. So they would he would be handcuffed with a gun in his hand, and they would basically make sure it was empty. And it was silly, but I can't remember the name of the.
I've also got the Star-Lord ones as well.
I've got Star-Lord
when they read into it, but
I've got a 1978 Star-Lord sitting in the pile down there. So,
okay, what is that?
No, it's
gents, I'm going to call it a night.
We're going to be
have a good one
anyway. Right, Stephen, thank you very much for joining us again. I know we have basically started all the old comic book crap.
Have
That is
that, man. That's
thinking.
what the channel's all about. So enjoy. That's what the Saturday's
Definitely
all
right.
about.
I'll catch you during the week and have fun.
Indeed. Take care, gents.
Good night.
Oh,
Aye,
do you remember? Do you remember?
Johnny Alpha and Rogers and Hammerstein? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Do you remember Invasion? The
oh God, God, I loved Invasion. The Vogons. And it was Bill. What was his name? Bill.
Give me a
Oh
sec.
Christ.
Bill Savage.
Bill Savage.
Yeah.
I loved that. Invasion. The whole idea that it was
I'm going to tell you
basically.
what I've got in front of me at the moment. Yeah.
I thought that was a great one because it was basically you were out against the communist Russia at the time when you weren't allowed to say the Russians were bad, so they called them the Volgans and the Vogues. And it's basically, I thought that's a really good idea. It's a really good story because it was, to me, it was like going back to the old comic, the Commando comics. They were fighting the Germans or the Japanese, but this time they're fighting Russians who. At the time, but they're Volgans. So I thought it was a really good. And he's talking about with his shotgun, 2 shots. Yeah, that's going to actually be the weapon of choice when you're fighting an army. But it was fun. I saw somebody at a Comic-Con about 6 years ago, dressed as Bill Savage, leather jacket. That's all he had on, leather jacket and a shotgun over his shoulder. And that was his cosplay. And I thought, and I walked up to him, I says, Invasion. He goes, somebody's got me, somebody got it. And I thought, how freaking, that's all he was, basically a leather jacket with a shotgun over his shoulder.
Oh, that's amazing.
Superb. But it's one of those things, anytime I get a chance, I always try and pick up, if I ever come across Star-Lord. I used to read Star-Lord more than I enjoyed Star-Lord more than 2000 AD. I started reading 2000 AD from issue 2. I missed the first one. Actually, tell a lie, issue 3 it was, because I missed the first 2 because I got my pocket money the day after, and there was no way I was keeping money for the week, so I always missed it. And then there was one day, my brother-in-law, my oldest sister's man, before they were married, trying to ingratiate himself with the 12-year-old maybe, when we were over at the shop, and then he says, you want anything we were here? And I saw 2000 AD. And he goes, He says, how? I says, I keep missing it. He says, no problem. Can we order this for next week? And the woman says, aye. And I thought, you could place an order for comics.
Yeah.
Well, basically, I never missed an episode after that, but I didn't realise that you could actually ask them to put one aside for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I knew you could do that, but because the paper boy came around, so you never went to the shop and asked them to put your paper aside. So we got a paper delivered, so I never even thought that you could do that in a shop. And it was shock. My God. So, but it was episode, so issue 3, and that was my brother-in-law, my sister's man. That's why I remember. I gave him, he's got my loggiver, my 2000 AD loggiver, because he's building a stand for it. All these years later, I've still got, so my first memory of him with 2000 AD was he bought me my first comic.
Wow.
And he showed me I could order them, and now he's actually he's got my loggiver and he's building a stand for it, because I've got it and I'd usually have to lie it on my shelf, but I want it standing up behind me, so he's building a wee stand for it. So yes,
nice.
So, but there you go, 2000 AD, basically Star-Lord, but it's the same idea. Star Blazer is another one I love compared to Star-Lord, Commando. Same idea, but it was a science fiction version of the Commando comic. And I've got a couple of those, but there was a place that was selling them. They were actually reissuing them. I can't even remember if that's it there. But they were reissuing them, but they were issuing them as almost A4. So they were, but what they were doing is they weren't taking the original and then photocopying it up large. They were redrawing them.
Wow.
And increasing the size. So they were all fresh ones, that it was the same story. So they've got they were saying I got issue 1 because they only started doing it, and the guy says that they've got the license from the ones that own Star-Lord to reissue them, but they're not allowed to change them. He says what they decided was, instead of making them the small ones and it's just a copy of the original ones, he decided that people like a bigger comic. So what they did was they put them in the book format, so it's larger, and the guys just redrew each of the frames and reissued it. So he didn't. They says it would have been cheaper for them to just photocopy the pages in a high, or scan the pages in high density, and actually just print them out larger. But they didn't want to do that, and I thought, wow. And so I picked it up, and it is absolutely great. Two stories in it, so it's the same idea. So it's no, you're just getting a story in these bigger books, and it was only like £4. And I would buy this every single time, but I don't know if, because I've not seen the guys at the Comic Cons the last couple of times. I check every time I go, but I've not seen, so I've not been able to pick any more up, which is a gutter. I'm gutted.
I can imagine it.
But I love Star-Lord. Star-Lord was my favourite comic at the time. And then when 2000 AD, it was 2000 AD and Star-Lord. 2000 AD and Star-Lord. 2000 AD and Star-Lord. 2000 AD and Star-Lord. 2000 AD.
And 2000 AD and 2000 AD. Yeah.
Basically, it got smaller as the months were going on. It was getting smaller and smaller and smaller, and then it just disappeared. So for a year, it was 2000 AD and Star-Lord. God. Which gutted me, because that was my favourite comic, because I loved Johnny Alfred Hammerstein. That was my two favourite. I love Judge Dredd, so that was why the main one I read 2000 AD for, that Future Shocks. And then when they combined the two, I thought they had lost a bit. But
yeah, no, this is before Peter Quill came along. Of course, this is a Star-Lord completely unconnected.
No, this is the proper Star-Lord, not the crappy Guardians of the Galaxy. I did not like those movies.
I didn't mind them, but I had no idea who they were.
Well, the thing is, I've always said that, I've got no idea who they are, so they have to drag me in. It's not a case of I don't like them because I don't know who they were, because I love Tank Girl, and when I first saw Tank Girl, I'd never even heard of the comic book or anything. Yeah, the TV show Tank Girl, which is not the greatest movie, the movie Tank Girl is not the greatest movie, but it was quirky enough that I enjoyed it, and I started reading some of the comics. So the Star-Lord just did not do it. It's just another bunch. It's another one. It's just a different bunch of guys. So you had the Avengers, you had the X-Men. Now you've got Star-Lord and his crew, and it was just another one in the pile. So it didn't make it wasn't anything different. It was more of the same.
Yeah.
And that was the thing. I was never a great fan of the Guardians of the Galaxy stuff.
No, I mean, it was different, but as you said, I mean, I'd never actually come across them. I mean, interesting, but I'm not that interested in them. But then again, to be quite honest, I mean, by the time the Marvel MCU movies and the rest of it came out, I hadn't been reading comics regularly for a couple of decades.
Well, I had been reading comics regularly, I would say, for about 5-6 years when they were coming out. I'd stopped reading comics. I'd collected I've got a long box with some Judge Dredd, some Spider-Man, the Doctor Who Annihilation, and just bits and pieces, but nothing major new. It was all, anytime I picked up an old one, it was like the Commando or Star-Lord or even 2000 AD, which I've still got down here. These are the ones that I prefer to read, and it's literally those ones. Yeah, it's got Halo Jones as well. But these ones, 24p, look.
Yeah,
24 pence. And this one's the 403, 2nd of February, 85. and the one with Halo Jones is the 23rd of February, 85. So these are a run. 8th of May, 82. 15 May, 82. 22nd May, 82. So as you can see, 9th of February as well, 16th of February, 4th of October. Yeah, I mean, January. So they're basically, I think the oldest one is 1981. So that's, 1981. So I prefer reading these. I reread these quite regularly. And it's just for the simple fact is that I prefer that type of comic. I'm not as a big fan of these types. These are the ones that are independent comics. But it's that type. The shiny comics, I'm not as big a fan of.
No. And a lot of them depend for me. Also depends for me the art style.
Well, yes.
I must admit, I prefer. I mean, it's personal preference, obviously, but my personal preference is for art that looks reasonably real, reasonably.
Well, I like art. I'm quite happy, but I hated 2000 AD used to piss me off. Occasionally, I would get a story it was almost like a psychedelic look.
Yeah.
And I hated them. So
the
thing is, I could be halfway through a story, a Judge Dredd story, right? And then I would pick up a comic, and then this artist had done it in a psychedelic style, and I would just go close the book, put it aside, and I never finished the story. So the next week I would check the art. If I liked the art, I would continue the story, and I'd miss that part, and I didn't even read them because anything that was weird, no interest. As long as it's good quality art. So we were talking, me and Roman, the last thing that I was showing him, like the Vietnam one. He was talking about Sergeant Rock, and I was talking about that one, Vietnam Zombie Holocaust. And I just basically showed him a couple of the panels. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And they're good panels. So the guy does his own art and does his comic. And they're good panels. When he was talking about the Sergeant Rock one, and he says the artwork is not that great. He says it looks as if it's been done by someone in the cheap, someone who knows how to do the basics of drawing. Whereas you look at some of the panels there, yeah, I mean they're not realistic, but they're
better than bloody Cal Arts or whatever the hell they call it.
Yeah, and that's what he was saying. He was saying that the Sergeant Rock one, even though Bruce Campbell was involved in it, because it was Sergeant Rock v the Evil Dead, it was just a case of the artwork didn't impress him. And I can understand that, because if I'm reading something and the artwork's a bit weird, I'll just skip past it. I'll not even read the story. And that's the problem. My God, it's pelting rain outside. Absolutely.
And it was raining here early on. I didn't notice. But
I can hear it because my window's right there. So it's absolutely bucketing down. So it is. So
I mean, I'm like that again with cartoons. I mean, one of the things that put me off of the Star Trek Lower Decks was the first time I saw that. I thought, no, I don't like that. I said Cal Arts, but I thought, no,
it's kiddie art.
It's not. I mean, and there's some of these things you see. I mean, again, I haven't been into comics, even the mainstream ones, for years, but you sort of see reviews. I mean, someone like
or Gary and Moller when you're talking and stuff.
And you see or loads of other ones, and you just see the modern stuff and the art. And not only are they really bad, and the stories apparently really bad. Super, the new Superman and his boyfriend, all the crap, but the art is.
The art is crap. You look at the Miss Marvel one, it looks like I drew it, and I can't draw.
Yeah, it is, it's okay. So I can admit, okay, styles are different, and I have my preferences, but that's the thing. The art styles put me off of a lot of these things.
Yeah, as I said, 2000 AD early on, I would be reading a comic, and then suddenly the next week, the person is doing the artwork on it. It looks like it's psychedelic. So all the figures are stretched out and stuff like that. Yeah, you could probably follow the story, but the artwork ruined it for me. So I didn't see the point in reading a comic where the artwork just put me off. So I would miss a whole part of a story because I refused to read something that just looked that bad.
Yeah.
Good thing is they would change it up. So one week they would be like that, next week it would be back to normal. It's almost like they were giving it a try, and people went, nope. But I don't know. I don't know how quickly they did it, or else it was just a different style to see how it went and stuff like that. But it was just the whole idea of it. It just, oh God,
yeah,
no.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it's like that. It's. They say we should judge a book by cover and all the rest of it, which seems to me to be a very strange concept, because that's the first thing you see is the cover. Yeah. So
if you can't have a cover, so yeah, don't judge a book for a cover. So if every book you've got is all leather bound and it's just got the name down in gold down it, and they all look the same, yeah, don't judge the book by the cover. But if they put a picture and you've got a book and it's got a picture like that on it, then if you open it up and the artwork is completely different, then I should be judging a book by the cover. If you had a book and it just said Star-Lord and it just mentioned Johnny Alpha and there was no picture on it, and then I opened it, then I couldn't judge the book by the cover. But if you've given, it's the same as Terry Pratchett's books.
Yeah.
The reason I picked the first one up was because of the cover. So I judged the book by the cover. I thought, oh, that looks good. Then I read the prologue and I thought, yep, I'm buying this. Because it was all about the Greater Tune. So the book cover dragged me in. But if I brought that cover and I thought, oh, that looks really good, and then the book was boring, then I judged the book by the cover and it was failing. But I judged the book by the cover and it was really good because the cover actually represented what I was about to read.
Yeah, it's supposed to give you,
to drag you in.
Yeah, it's meant to give you some idea.
Yeah, because that's what I said. If I'm going into a bookstore and all the books are leather bound, then yeah, I'm not going to judge any of the books by the cover because there is nothing on the cover to drag me in.
Yeah.
But if they've got pictures on it, the book's cover's going to drag me in. It's the same as when they tried to do the Harry Potter ones. Was it Harry Potter ones? They tried to make them adult books.
Yeah.
So they took the pictures off and it was a black cover. Well, sorry, I looked at the books and I thought, I'm not buying that. I'm buying that one.
I bought them when they first came out. I don't give a shit.
Actually, I never bought them, but if I'm saying if I was buying them, I wouldn't buy that one because that cover looks crap. They're just wanting people so they could sit in a train and it doesn't look as if they're reading a kid's book.
The weird thing with the Harry Potters is my oldest niece. I used to have a habit, because I was massively into reading, of buying all my nieces. I've got 3 nieces. My sister's got 3 girls. So all I've got is nieces. So the next generation down, I bought mainly boys. And I'd buy them things I thought I liked. And they turned around at one point. They turned around and they said, "Please stop buying us books." Okay, fair enough. Which, they're like kids. And then, they wanted other things for Christmas, and I thought, okay, let's look into other things. But she asks me at one point. She asked me, I can't remember where it was, but she asked me to buy her Harry Potter books for Christmas. So I think I bought her. I think it was about 5 was out. So the first 5 I got her, and I said, "Yep, happy Christmas. When you finish with them, I want to read them." And I then ended up having to buy my own because she never finished reading them.
Well, my daughter's basically been reading Harry Potter since.
Yeah. My oldest, her youngest sister, however, my youngest niece, she could have gone to Hogwarts.
My daughter used to get annoyed when people would explain what the movies meant. She'd been reading the books. She knew about. She'd been reading the books from the very beginning.
Yeah,
and she's got a few of the first editions. And she would be reading them before anybody else had even heard of Harry Potter.
Yeah.
And she used to get annoyed when people would explain to her what was happening in the films, as if that was the be-all and end-all. Have you seen the Harry Potter movie? No. Well, in it, I know all about Harry Potter. I've read all the books multiple times.
Yeah.
Didn't matter. And she gets annoyed when people try and explain it. But it was the same idea. I could understand that, but it was the fact that they were trying to sell them to adults so adults could sit in the train or the bus and read them without, oh, he's reading a kid's book or she's reading a kid's book. Well, people like Harry Potter, they like Harry Potter. Does it matter what the cover is?
No.
And that's the thing. If you're more bothered about you don't want people to see you reading Harry Potter, then don't read Harry Potter. You're obviously not reading it because you're enjoying it. You're reading it because, or you don't want people to know you enjoy it.
Well, half the time, if I remember right, the books, the actual cover for the books was reasonably plain. It was the dust cover. You just take the dust cover.
It was the dust cover. I used to give my books, my Wheel of Time books, or any of the books I had, but mainly my Wheel of Time. So if anybody wanted to borrow it, I would take the dust cover and hand them the book, and they would get annoyed because, do you think I'm not good enough for the dust cover? I says, no, the dust cover's there to keep the book looking good, even if the book's bent. So I wouldn't give my dust cover out because the book was plain under the dust cover.
Yeah.
And I preferred that.
The really weird thing is, I mean, I'm sure I've mentioned this to you before, but there's Jasper Ford has written a series of books called Herod is Tuesday Next. And basically, she literally lives within the land of fiction. Right, it's great. So I mean, the first one is the Air Affair, for example, takes place. Most of the action takes place quite literally in the book Jane Eyre.
Yeah, you did mention it. You did.
The pages.
You did.
The thing of this is the great thing of this is that they're talking about imagination because they're saying that at one point in one of the books he mentions that Harry Potter in the books is getting really pissed off because he starts to look more and more like Daniel Radcliffe because people see the films and that's the picture they have of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But there's some good movies with that outside. You look at things like The Last Action Hero, Arnold Schwarzenegger coming out in the book, and there is the one I was telling you about, the Red Shirts, John Scalzi.
I read that.
The guy going back, they're finding out they're actually, going back, and the guy's actually trying to find out if he's the only one that's ever had that, where characters have come back in time to talk to him, so he talks to other writers. And I thought that was quite a good wee thing, because the story ends, but it didn't. It still went on, because now it was about him trying to sort it out. So he was basically like me. Yeah, it was definitely R.I.P. Robbie Coltrane, Hagrid. It was a shame I heard that, but I heard they'd been ill for a while. And
I didn't know that.
He basically, accordingly, said to his kids that I might not be here, but Hagrid will be there forever.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
The oddest thing talk about real life now, unfortunately, is that apparently the Harry Potter actors apparently turned out to be completely utterly unsufferable. Yeah. Emma Watson in particular, an unsufferable bitch who's
because the only person J.K. Rowling gave me my start, and now I'm actually famous. I'm going to actually crap all over her. And Robbie Coltrane has been disrespected in his death by these freak azoids who don't like the fact that he says, "No, wrong with J.K. Rowling." I stand behind her.
Apparently, the only one who's the most base. I mean, I've not heard much about Rupert Grint, but Emma Watson in particular is an insufferable cunt.
Yeah, I know.
But apparently, Tom Felton is the only one who's actually sensible. So the best of the bunch is Draco.
Yeah, I heard you thing there. Basically, people says it just goes to show Draco was actually the hero in the movie.
Yeah, right. You know, I mean, sorry, but you know.
But it's just a case of he's getting disrespected. I saw it in Friday Night Takes. They were talking about it that he was getting disrespected because and being a Scotsman, I grew up with Robbie before he was on that. I saw him in Cracker. I used to see him in. He used to do one. It was a sketch show, and one of his characters was Nathan Boyne. He was an Orangeman, so he would be with the Orange Lodge, and he would do such stupid things like he would panty the sketch, and he would be sitting with orange paint, painting all the leaves so they weren't green. Right, and then basically his wife gives him a present. He opens it, and it's a picture of the Queen, and he goes, "Oh, Sadie, I think her name was. Oh, Sadie, come here." And she's going, "Come here, come here, come here." And she walks around and goes, "Thank you very much," and shakes her hand. And basically Nathan Boyne was just hilariously funny. And I grew up with Robbie before he was actually in that, and I always remember his Nathan Boyne character. It was just superb. I wonder if he's on YouTube. Is Nathan Boyne? Hold on. Just a quick search on that. What am I doing there?
No, I mean, it seems to me a shame. I mean, okay, so to be quite honest, I've got no problem with them having their own opinions, but why the hell should we listen to them just because they pay lots of money to pretend to be other people? But it's the sheer effing ingratitude of it when they turn. Was it Watson turned around? I think it was. They said they were going to celebrate Harry Potter without J.K. Rowling. I mean, there's a guy I watch, and I do still watch, who does a lot of. He's very good at doing book reviews and book to TV reviews, and he's a big J.K. Rowling fan.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, he's also a big woke lefty.
Yes.
And he's had problems because, I mean, I stopped listening to him for a couple of months when he opened up and said something about having problems addressing J.K. Rowling's rabid transphobia. And I thought, you fuck off. She's not said anything transphobic. What she said was actually realistic. Go away.
No, that's the thing.
Just because she's got because she's got a slightly different opinion to everybody else. It just goes to show that Circular Firing Squad really do eat their own.
Well, that's the problem. They're just fake nuts. And that's why I always say, as soon as somebody comes down the route of, if they don't describe a movie based on what the movie is, I've got no interest in seeing it. So if they say, "Oh, it's got a diverse cast," then it's switch off.
Go away. Yeah.
It's unimportant after that. And that's the problem. It's just they think everybody thinks the same as them, and that's what we want to hear. I don't. As soon as they tell me, if they say this movie is about this person doing this, with this happening, and this a love story between this, or it's a action movie with this, I'd be interested to see what it's like. But if they turn around and say it's got this person or that then you're telling me about the people who are acting it. I don't care.
Well, the thing is, it gets me these days is you can see it. Also, when I've noticed it so many more times, it may just be that it's the only reviews, etc. I see. Seem to be most of the stuff these days. It's like, it's not only is it not bothering to tell you the story, it's setting up the excuses they're going to use if the film gets criticised. You know, it's as you said. You know, I mean, a lot of things like the you know, like rings of diversity and she bad C Jennifer. A lot of that, you very hardly had anything that said, as you said, about what the stories were going to be. A lot of it was exactly that, you know, the diversity, this. I wonder if it's going to, at one point, it's going to sink through to these people's brains and it doesn't actually solid sell.
That was the character, Mason Boyne.
Yeah.
Let's see.
As in Battle of the.
Yeah. Louise Orange. I remember that character. That was one of the first characters I remember seeing him in.
Mason Boyne and his bold orange men, with the shake of the hand and the kick in the joint. Mason Boyne, Mason Boyne, Mason Boyne.
That's the Robin Hood theme tune, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, do you know what? I even remember that picture.
Yes.
Hello, Morag.
Morag. That was her name.
Dear. That moral decline.
Look, she's even knitting with orange wool.
I went down to the video shop yesterday, you know, and I was disgusted. In fact, I said to the guy who runs it, I says, I'm disgusted. Sure don't like stuff having it on display where young people can get corrupted.
Oh yes, you mean that I spit on your zombie?
No more, I do not mean I spit in your zombie. I am talking about the 3-hour video of the boat's visit. And of course, I said to him, where's your 3-hour video of the Battle of the Boyne then? And there was an embarrassing silence, because I thought you didn't have one.
We couldn't remember.
But yeah, I mean, that was the character. I'm just trying to see if it's.
I'm trying to. The odd thing is there actually a large orange presence in Scotland?
It's not as big as it used to be.
No,
it's there is still the Rangers and the Celtic.
I know
but
there's that.
It's not as big as it used to be.
I normally associate the Orange Order with Northern Ireland rather than Scotland. Although, of course, I am aware that most of the Protestants in Northern Ireland actually came from Scotland. As the Scottish actually came from Ireland.
In Ireland, you've got a bigger presence over the walks and stuff like that. But I grew up watching all the walks. And Matthew, it's all TV for me. Wednesday, we're doing King Kong 1933.
I would say, Matthew, excellent. Yes, what we know. Also, go 20 years. I'm trying to think. Robin Hood. We reached the Robin Hood. Would have been the 50s and the 60s. I think the Richard Green one. Go on to Robin of Sherwood. Robin of Sherwood is my favourite version of the Robin Hoods.
But I've basically the Scottish TV. I used to watch Naked Video. I went to see Naked Video being recorded.
Wow,
a couple of times. There was just some of the comedies, the Scottish comedies were just superb. Mind you, you've still got Game. It's obviously not on anymore, but that was fairly recent and that was still good. But they used to do Rab Cines, but they had to, as I said, in England, they would basically subtitle it because of the Scottish accent. But no, I remember Robbie Coltrane from doing Mason Boyne, and that was just one of those ones. It was a sketch. I can't even remember what the sketch was. What was it?
Something Rab Cines, I vaguely remember. I'm aware of, but I was never a big fan of a lot of them. I'm not sure how many of them actually came down here. How many of them we actually watched.
Mainly, if you think about it, 30 years ago, you would have had Scottish TV and English TV, and we would get a lot of English comedy and be very little Scottish comedy going down because the population shift and stuff like that. But it's the same idea. We wouldn't have got as many American stuff or that type of thing, and that's the thing. So it's been more global. Whatever you see anywhere, you can get anywhere.
Yeah.
Now, so, but I know it's just a shame because I always remembered that Mason Boyne from Robbie and from early on. So you're talking about that was when was that? Just trying to remember when these programs were on, because that Mason Boyne was uploaded 13 years ago. That one was 4 years ago, but there's other ones for 13 stuff like that, and it's just trying to remember. He did some. I'm just trying to see if there's any. The Ode to Glasgow sketch from Laugh. I nearly paid my license fee. That's what it was.
Oh, I remember that.
Paid my license fee. That's what Robbie was on. The Glasgow song. I wonder what that one is.
I think Robbie was also one of those actors who was equally good at doing comedy, light and heavy drama.
Because he did Cracker. And that was it was under no circumstances a comedy.
That was very heavy. That was one we've seen it. When I say heavy, I mean serious. I mean, Harry Potter wasn't comedy, but it's what I would call
light entertainment.
Yeah, light entertainment, light drama. It was drama, and he did bring some, some dark, some heavy presence to it, but it wasn't cracker.
It wasn't, no. He used to do, but that's what I'm saying. You look at some other ones, Robin Williams, great comedian, but you look at some of his serious dramas, Life According to Gap. He was really good in that. Yeah, I mean, Bicentennial Man.
Yep.
There's just so many, but you look at the Billy Connolly, the man who sued God, Mrs. Brown. Yeah, I mean, so he's done some series. I think was Billy Connolly in If.
I'm not sure. I have to admit, my enduring picture of Billy Connolly is actually as Ayatollah Billy Connolly over Pamela Stevenson's shoulder in the Ayatollah song from 9 o'clock news.
Yeah.
I'm
I remember the one from that 9 o'clock news was Billy Connolly at one end and Janet Street Porter, or Pamela Stevenson playing Janet Street Porter. And they had to get an interpreter in between the two of them.
Yeah. So I don't know if
because she started off as "Hi, how do you feel about people who say the Scottish accent is unintelligible?"
I think he was playing himself for that sketch, wasn't he?
They basically just played the take the piss. It was basically.
I'm not sure if Billy and Pamela were an item at the time.
I don't know.
I don't. I mean, I believe it's still our married now.
That's why he was on it.
I suspect possibly so. But because remember when they did the Ayatollah "Don't Come Any Closer," when the songs that used to be a lot more puns, and you've got Pamela Stevenson in a Che Guevara type army jacket and beret,
singing an ode, a love song to Ayatollah.
Ayatollah, "Don't Come Any Closer," and and it's Billy Connolly as the that for some reason what comes to my mind mostly.
I don't know. Anytime I think about the 9 o'clock news, Billy Connolly, it's the one with Janet Street, Pamela Stevenson doing this Janet Street Porter. That's just hilarious.
Well,
I remember watching and listening to Billy Connolly in audio tape.
Yeah,
Big Banana Feet, or on LP.
Yeah, I remember a
couple Billy Connolly.
I think I've got 3 LPs of the old Secret Policeman's balls.
Oh God, aye. The Monty Python Secret Policeman's other ball as well.
Yeah, because they're with charity.
I've got tapes somewhere.
What I've got is what I remember. Billy Connolly is actually Billy Connolly has got something in common with myself and with Lewis Collins. We were all in the TA.
I joined the TA because they paid you £25 a week and you can get thousands and thousands of Smarties for £25.
Exactly. That's a sketch. I think he did that, and he did because he did one because he did the TA song "I Am a Weekend Soldier."
Yeah, because he sang the song "I'm a Weekend Soldier." That was
and the world is scared of me. I've fought a million battles, but I'm always home in time for tea. Have the revolution on a Saturday. What's it, boys? And don't give us. So all you left-wing radicals, don't give us any of your cheek, and have the revolution on a Saturday because I have to work for the week. But the same one I think he did. He did a very clever pastiche.
Janet Street Porter did start in as an actress, and I don't know what she started in, but I knew she was an actress before she was talk showish. She was basically.
And I know he ended up part of that sketch. He also did one about army recruitment ads, and it's great. I mean, again, go a little bit linking into the thing we were talking about with the Orange Men. And I said, there's one bit where I know he ends up saying, it's taken all these things about the recruitment ads and all the rest of it, and you join up. And the next thing, you're batting down in the Balls Pond Road, the best laxative known to mankind. Because, of course, at the time, this was the 70s and the 80s when Northern Ireland was going on quite a bit.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I think he was power. I know. I think he was power. I think he was 10 power. Because I know that after he'd done Who Dares Wins. Who Dares Wins?
Aye, Who Dares Wins was Lewis Collins. Aye.
Yeah, I was going to say, I couldn't remember because it's based on the Tiptoe Door. I think Who Dares Wins was he wanted to join. I think he was in. I think he was he in 10 power? And because he wanted. No, he wanted to join the SAS, but I think
he wouldn't because he was too popular.
Yes, yeah, that's what I that's what I heard at the time, is that because he was so well known, he wouldn't. But he was actually a territorial soldier. I'm pretty certain Billy Connolly was as well.
Yeah, but that's the thing as well. It's just the comedians of the day were just, Billy Connolly worked in the shipyards and on the Clyde. I mean, everybody had a job. It's not a case of they come out of college and started, I'm an actor, I'm a comedy actor, let's give me a job. It was a case of they worked, Billy Connolly worked the clubs and stuff like that, worked his way up. Robbie Coltrane, same idea, he worked his way up. He didn't start suddenly getting a big job and suddenly that's it. But, and basically, you look at the John Gordon Sinclair. Yes, he's been in a couple of movies, but I remember him from early stuff like Sink. I remember him doing things in Not the 9 O'Clock News or Rabsy Nesbitt. He was just doing wee bit parts here and there. See him in an advert, or there was one he was in with, or it was others. There was Scottish comedies. There was one about a bank, and you had he just basically was just an extra in it because it was him. I can't even remember the guy. I see his face, brown hair, young as well. I can't even remember his name off the top of my head. But that's where they all started. They all started in BBC Scotland or STV Studios, and it was all the Scottish shows of the time. There would be bit parts here. You look at the Rabsy Nesbitt, Peter Capaldi appeared in it. David Tennant appeared in it. Still Game, you had the guy in one of the Hobbits appeared in it. Yeah, I mean, it was that type of thing.
Janet Street Porter's got her first uncredited appearances in 66, 67, and then in BBC Playhouse in 76. She's not got a great deal of as an actress, but yeah, as Matthew said, would appear on IMDb. She's got loads of credits as herself and as a producer, but yeah, I mean she's down as 8 acting credits. Finishing in Neighbours, in Hollyoaks and Neighbours. Apparently that's herself, so I'm not sure how much that counts as an acting credit.
I didn't see, because you would have probably appeared on their TV or something like that.
Yeah, well, I didn't watch, and I never watched.
My nephew watched Neighbours. My nephew was a big Neighbours fan.
I never watched Hollyoaks. I remember Neighbours vaguely because it had. I mainly remember Neighbours for Kylie
Jason
Minogue.
and Kylie.
Jason, Kylie, and also for I remember fancying Rachel Friend when she was in Neighbours.
That was the one that played the plumber.
No, she Plain Jane. She was the one that was quite plain, and then she.
Oh yeah, the Jane was she had the lass's curly hair.
Yeah, they made it. Yeah,
see, I used to watch it because my mum.
Yeah,
exactly.
Because I think she actually ended up marrying Carl McLaughlin. No. Carl McLaughlin's the American, isn't he? That was in June. Oh,
Yeah,
I
do.
can't remember.
I grew up watching them because my mum watched them, so she had. There wasn't multiple TVs in the house, so there was one there.
Yeah.
And when you wanted to watch it, you watched what was on, and your mother and father got the option. You only got times at the. So I got the 5 o'clock to half. I got the 5:30 to 6:30, and so I would catch the stuff like Star Trek and stuff like that at 6 o'clock, because my mum's programs come on at 7:30, and sometimes one of my dad's would come on about 1:45 after Star Trek, but he liked Star Trek as well, so we got to watch that. Or coming on from school, you would get the school programs from 4 o'clock onwards. You would get Dr. Snuggles, you would get all the silly kids programs, but and even in secondary school, we would be watching some of the stuff, Danger Mouse, Dr. Snuggles, basically all the stuff. Maybe I sitting talking about it. Sitting there 14, 15, talking about stupid kids programs. We enjoyed them. It's the same idea. I've got on my watch list.
Good night, said everybody.
Yeah.
Oh, was it Jasper Carrot did a
Jasper Carrot did one about the Magic Roundabout.
Yeah, because he's about because I did one about Andy, Pandy, and Teddy in the hamper, and
that was Helen Pace used to do that one.
I'm sure
basically they started off as Andy, Pandy, and Looby Loo, and then they changed it to Bobby and what was it? Bobby and Johnny.
Actually, no, I'm trying to.
Because they had B and J, Bobby and Johnny. That was basically.
I remember how they did that, but I remember
it was Jasper that used to do Andy and Looby Loo.
Yeah, because Jasper Carrot used to do. I know because he actually did the Magic Roundabout song. Because it was about. And I've got this idea of a Scottish accent which suggests it was Billy about and a punchline is something about Andy Penny. Get on to this hamper. I'm going blind.
I can't remember that one.
And it's
do you know what my favourite one is at the time? Chorlton and the Wheelies.
Chorlton and the Wheelies I was a bit old for.
So was I. I still enjoyed it because my three daughters used to watch all them as well, and I used to sit with them.
Well, I've said it. I mean, this is one of the things that hacks me off. Let me put this politely. About modern day, there were no this and that and the other in before 2016. My first teenage crush was a black school teacher. Well, that was the character. This was Elizabeth Adare in The Tomorrow People. When I was started when I was 13, she was my first crush. I think she was honestly.
My first crush was Nichelle Nichols. I grew up watching Star Trek, as I said. My dad used to enjoy it, and Nichelle Nichols, Uhura. I used to sit there like that.
No, I must say,
I would be on the screen and it would be interesting, but as soon as she was on the screen, especially with the wee red outfit, come on.
Oh,
even Ensign Rand, I did not. Yeah.
Oh, well, I'll tell you what. Grace Lee Whitney, she did not do well out of Star Trek. Her life went downhill after Star Trek, quite seriously. But then I believe she actually ended up on the game.
Well, do you know?
I'm not entirely certain, but because you do that. But the thing is, you see in the
you look at the
you see in one of the Star Trek movies.
She's in
Craig McLaughlin. I think. Yeah, she's in the back. She's actually one of the ones that actually sees the Enterprise when it comes in after the. That must be the end of Star Trek 2. Yeah, or whichever when it comes. And also I'm reasonably certain that I can't remember, in the novelization of Generations, they're talking about in a crew quarters or somewhere about the captain being killed, and I think it's Rand who actually realizes they're talking about Kirk, not
Picard.
Whoever. No, not Picard.
Generations, was that not Picard?
Generations. But you think at the start of Generations, you've got where they go through the
they go through
it starts off with Enterprise B, and that's
right, because she although he's a captain, he's actually he's got a desk job, and he's not in charge of the Enterprise when it.
Because she's I'm not sure if it's her or not, but because it's in the novelization rather than in the film, so I don't know if it's a cut, but I think it's her in that as well.
It could be, but it's just one of those things. But she just didn't ring my bell. It's basically Nichelle Nichols was just gorgeous. She was right up until she passed. She's still gorgeous, you know what I mean? But it's just one of those things. But nowadays you're not allowed, because you're not allowed to objectify. You're not allowed to. So as a kid, you're not allowed to actually show interest in anything.
I tell you, that's something that, as a dirty old man, I've noticed in most of the pictures I've seen of.
It doesn't count if it's female doing that. It's the male.
Of course not.
Do it. So, like for instance,
it also presumably doesn't count if you're lesbian.
You imagine the snap happening in Thor: Love and Thunder if it was female Thor and the clothes get ripped off.
Oh, I've said that.
I've said
that. I've not seen the film. No intention to watch film, but I've seen that. The first time I saw that, I thought, imagine if that was Natalie Portman instead.
Yeah, but the thing is, the problem is, anytime somebody opens their mouth, you change a sexuality with a colour or whatever, and if they turn around and say that's racist, then what you said is racist. So if they say anything,
it's because they have to redefine the terms.
Of course they do, but I don't.
So what you do is
you can, whatever they say, that's it.
Yeah. So as far as I'm concerned, no. The first thing you do is you do not accept their terms. You do not. The first way to not necessarily winning the argument is to say, given that. No, sorry. I don't accept that. I don't accept your given premise. I do not accept your definition of that word. I never accept
anybody. Nobody can tell me what to say or think.
Yeah. I mean, I do not accept your definition of that word. You're picking a particular definition. I'm sorry. I don't accept your definition of that word. So we're obviously not talking about the same thing.
Yeah. And that's
what I was saying is I noticed from the pictures I've seen, the clips I've seen of Rings of Diversity, there seems to be all the women seem to be dressed in a way that would probably go down well in Afghanistan and Saudi Arabia. You don't see low necklines, you don't see tight, you don't see particularly snug fitting clothes, you don't see anything for the shapes. It seems to be a thing. I mean, I don't know if it's just, I said, me, I noticed it, but it's something I've noticed in a lot of things these days. They just, and the thing is, because they don't do it, it becomes noticeable.
Yeah.
And my answer to that male gazy thing is, okay, so you've got no problem for women doing it for men. Where do you stand on lesbians?
Yeah, but you're not allowed to stand on them accordingly.
Yeah, but okay, so And I must admit, I don't know. I don't know, and I've certainly never. I don't. I'm not aware that anybody. I know it's particularly lesbian. I've never discussed it, so I don't actually know what I don't bet it'd be all different, but what your average lesbian finds attractive in another woman. I don't know what your average homosexual finds attractive in another man. To be fair, although some things you've got, but if it's the same sort of thing, so you're saying that by doing away with a male gaze, you're also then denying that particular potential to all the lesbians that might find that person.
That's what I'm saying. They can't justify themselves.
Of course they can't.
Because they say all men are bad. They say, what about him? I bet he's coloured, he doesn't count. What about him? I bet he's gay, he doesn't count. What about him?
Exactly.
I but. So it's only you. And basically that's what I'm saying. They can't justify themselves.
No, they can't.
And then they justify it by stupid stuff. And that's why you can see it's just a farce. Anybody that stands up against us is this. Well, I stand up against you, and I am one of the group you're telling me I shouldn't stand up. And they say, but you're different. Sorry. So you are homophobe if you don't agree that this happens. Well, if I'm gay and I don't agree, what's that make you? You're internally homophobic.
You're internally homophobic.
Nuts.
Well, so that's why
they justify the thing, and that's why I just don't play their game. The game's just.
Well, I mean, that's why I put that clip up, that very short clip. I should actually possibly made a couple of seconds longer from one of the first clips I put up. I mean, I started putting clips up on FFSI. Was a clip from Babylon 5, and the full clip is you've got the political officer come in. And she's explaining to
about how there's no homelessness, there's no crime, there's none of that.
And Sheridan turns around and says, "Oh, when did this happen?" And she replies, "When we changed the dictionary, when we rewrote the dictionary." They have to rewrite these people. They have to rewrite the dictionary because otherwise.
And Matthew, you're right as well. It's basically nobody's saying that no man does that. We're just saying some men do.
And
some women do.
And to be unfair, what's wrong with that? How many? I mean, I remember complaints about how is it was some feminist, old style feminist movement. But you look at when they stopped doing women on in car adverts. They stopped doing. They complained. They whinged about the women who dress up reasonably do the lap things and all this sort, and car races. And all they do is they stop these women earning money from working, and all they're doing is there. And if anybody's being exploited there, it's the men paying for it. The women are being exploited.
But that's just the point. The problem is, right, let's take theirs to the extent, right, they're not allowed to objectify men or women. Who's going to the cinema then? Because Brad Pitt's in it.
Always take it to the logical conclusion. Okay, well, I've actually come to a conclusion, a theory. I've noticed one thing about most of this, what we might term, depending on when you look at it, left-wing, radical, woke, etc., agenda. There is one thing there seems to be one common element to all of it, and that is no reproduction.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Let's just go down the other route. These people in Hollywood are telling you, shouldn't you objectify anybody? Okay, who's going to cinema? But Brad Pitt's in it. So, the only reason Brad Pitt and a lot of these got their start is because handsome, can act. If he could just act, he wouldn't have been as big a star. The reason you pushed him forward is because you wanted all the women in. The reason you pushed Angelina Jolie forward is because you wanted all the men to come in. So if you don't want that, then who's going to the cinema? You're dropping at least 60-70% of your audience, because you're saying don't come in because that person's gorgeous looking, you want to see them. So that's what I'm saying. Even if you take it down that stupid route, then sorry, all you gorgeous people will treat you exactly the same as all the ugly people.
I always
and you don't want that. You want to be one of the beautiful people, and you want to be paid to say, look, I've actually got makeup. A company here wants you to look like me, so here's makeup. Buy it. No, but because we don't want to actually objectify anybody, so it's that's how fucking stupid it is.
It's not only that. I mean, you can take all of it to the ad absurdum. You take this equality of outcome idea, right? Okay, in that case, there goes all your sports. Every single sporting event is now out because equality of outcome says every single runner must cross the line at the same time. Every single football match, every single cricket match must end in equal scores. Everything must be the same. No competition. That's sports done for starters. Right?
Well, they started that as soon as they started giving everybody a participation trophy.
Yeah.
Because then what's the point in running fast to come in? I must admit, I think walk and come in last. I'll get the same. I'll get a trophy anyway.
As someone who has never been a particularly sporty person, never enjoyed it, never been a fan of it, I can now, as an adult, see an argument for it's not the winning, it's the taking part of the counts, because it actually at least gets kids to participate.
If it's a team sport, yes.
Yeah. But the thing is, but you should take it so
do
far.
100 meters.
Yeah, but what I'm saying though is no, you do that. So yeah, well done for taking. Yeah, that's good. But that's to get them good. But if you then but that's fine as a way of making sure everyone does indeed gets fit. It's good for you. Yeah. Mm-hmm. But then saying, it's just coming in last is coming in the same as first. No, that's ridiculous. I'm not.
I participated. I hated it. I hated actually getting forced to do it all. But there was always the summer sports day.
Yeah.
And I've still got my 4 medals I won, 2 silver, 2 bronze. And I think it was one of them was for the relay, one of them was for the short put, one was for javelin, one was for, I can't even remember. But I've still got them because guess what? I won them and I was surprised I bloody won them because I hated sports. I've still got them.
Again.
And that's what, 43 years later, I've still got them. And it's a case of because I earned them. But, my daughters don't have their trophies. They just got binned when they left the house because they were unimportant. Because everybody got them. So what difference did they make? Didn't matter if she came in first or last. She got the exact same, so she get nothing. She basically went in the bin.
Starship Troopers.
No knowledge of it.
Dubois turns around and writes on a bit of paper and says, well, there you go, I've given you an award. Do you feel any better? Well, no, because you didn't earn it. 1959 Starship Troopers, I think.
Yep.
You know, he's talking
about
the
problem. These people who the people who are saying all this are the ones that think that I got the trophy, but you didn't do anything to get it. But it doesn't matter. I got it. End of story. So they'll be the ones that will have their room with a shelf with all their trophies. That anybody who else took part binned them as soon as they got them because they were unimportant. Because if everybody gets it, if everybody's special, nobody's special.
Yeah.
And Matthew, you're right, but I was just trying to be nice.
The Incredibles.
Yeah, the Incredibles.
The Incredibles. When everyone's super, no one is super. Yeah.
Yeah. Aye, it was Sinestro. When everybody's super, nobody's super. Yeah. When everybody's special, nobody's special. It is, and yeah, but I don't know. It's just weird. Anyway, it's coming up to 12:15.
All right.
So thank you for everybody staying with us. Wednesday, we've got King Kong. King Kong, 1933 Wednesday, back here. Next week, we have got Let's Talk Geeky back here with the rest of the guys back. Have you got anything coming up? Any other channels you're on, Colin?
Not at the moment. We've got I'm trying to think.
FFSI is the is it the
23rd, I think 23rd we're doing Heinlein, and then the 25th is it's next weekend is we're doing Heinlein tomorrow week.
Yeah.
Or today, or what? Technically today. The next Sunday, 23rd, we're doing Steve and I are talking about Heinlein.
And you're doing Doc E. Smith as well?
We did Doc Smith a couple of weeks ago. Yeah.
See, I've no heard any of the Doc E. Smith's one, but the Heinlein ones I've read most of the books, but it was years ago. I can't say I've actually picked up a book.
I tell you, mate, it's a long time since I've read them.
So I will be tuning in for that.
Yeah, I mean, by all means, mate, come on. We'll stick a link in the thing.
Aye, Destiny Heinlein. So, but that's ideal. And
so that'll be the Sunday, and then the Tuesday, you're going to be number 2.
Yeah, I'm always a number 2.
I wasn't going to say that.
And for all us ugly people in the panel, thank you for everybody who joined us tonight. We will be back in Wednesday for King Kong, as I said. And remember, ladies and gents, boys and girls, lads and lassies, I'm not old. I'm classic.
I'm just
maybe, and Archer Colin out. Bye.